I lay in remembrance of a darker day, searching for resemblance to a time when all was fair, the world was mine, there was passion in the air.
Hello everybody, hope you're all good. Thank you for coming in. Sprishka, thank you for the 72 months. Hope you are good. Right, let me get in the server. He is good. Slightly earlier than planned today, but I need to stop in time for dinner, so I'll probably be on, all being well, for about 6 hours, which is kind of usual for a Sunday. But I'm slightly earlier than usual, which is good. Right, I'm just going to turn the music off with the end of that one. We might as well. We're in the game now. We're on. Yeah, cheers, Sprishka. Thank you. It is a long time. Yannick, thank you for the 3 months as well. Cheers for the support, dude. So we've got the character from the stream on Friday, which is pretty good. Can't remember where we'd just been. I was kind of coming this way, but I don't remember what we're looking at here. Ah, now I do. Yes, that's the airfield. So I'd been to the military base behind us. I wonder if we might go and have a look just in case there's anybody there. In fact, no, I'm going to carry on towards the airfield. I don't really want to just go to somewhere I've already been. That doesn't make any sense. I do need some more 5.56, so we might actually try to loot the airfield. I don't like the airfield for loot, but it is what it is. Perhaps we'll try and overwatch the airfield first, see if there's anyone. Is there a zombie there? No. It's some kind of... It's a thing, isn't it? Mailbox. Yeah, that's not a zombie. If there were zombies down there, that would mean there was a dude. Anyway, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're good. Sprishka, thank you for the gifted sub as well as your own resub as well. Thank you, dude. And we had quite a good run on this character, so we'll see how we go. I'm not really very ready yet today, but we'll see how it goes. Got a couple of kills with the R700, a cracker on a moving target at 500 meters with the first shot, which was good. Survived by the skin of my teeth while I was using a worse gun. I can't remember what gun did I have. It was... I had that chambered 300 blackout thing. Yeah, and I survived it by the skin of my teeth. Knocked someone unconscious, then they knocked me unconscious, then I killed them. Somehow. That's good. Bushwhacker 9000. Yeah, that's the one. Remember when Liverpool finished first in the Champions League and then drew PSG? You remember when straight after the game I said that PSG would win the Champions League, and then they did? Now, it didn't take a lot of predicting that they would beat Inter Milan last night, although I think a lot of people fancied Inter Milan after they beat Barcelona. I didn't watch the final. I didn't watch it in the end. I couldn't be bothered, but I probably should have done because it sounds like it was a cracker, but I'm pretty sure it does a touch more damage than 308 Victor. Yeah, pretty sure it does, yeah. Sprishka, thank you again, dude. Yannick, cheers for the resub too. Yeah, it does make, like, just talking about pure form, like, Liverpool are I know they've not had the best end of the season ever, but Liverpool have been the best team in the Premier League this year, and they just got beat by PSG, you know, like, yeah, they got knocked out in the Champions League in the last 16, but they ran PSG close, you know, they got knocked out on penalties. PSG were way better than Liverpool, though, like the fact that they got it that far is impressive, really, but, yeah, I'm not surprised PSG won the Champions League. Not at all. They look really good. It makes Liverpool's Champions League exit a little bit more palatable, let's say, because they went out to the eventual winners, I suppose. And they were the team that ran them the closest through from the last 16 to the last 8, last 4 and final, you know, like. There has been no video for the last 2 weeks, Biddy. No, I've had some time off. Like this week I only streamed Thursday and Friday. The week before I had the aircon installed, I missed 2 days. And if I'm not getting footage for videos, I can't release videos. And that's the problem, right? So this character is on a good run, good couple of kills. If we can get some more stuff today, then this character will make a video. But in order to make a decent video, you need to have a decent run in the game, and I haven't had that because I've missed... in 10 streams I've missed 4. I was searching for the new shotgun and experimental and getting stream sniped to fucking high heaven for about 3 days. I've just not got the footage. The aircon's working now, yeah, it's good. I had my electrician come, so the aircon guys only did like a temporary thing for it, but my electrician came in and put an isolator in, and it's wired straight into the fuse box now, so like something I'd forgotten about, actually. I missed it on the aircon quote, but thankfully I know an electrician that... Same electrician did the electrics when I had my kitchen installed at my old house, but yeah, when you get an aircon install, they're refrigeration engineers, they're not electricians, so they won't do like the wiring into the fuse box and do a like direct wiring thing. They're refrigeration engineers, not electricians. They would have provided one at an extra cost, but I didn't see the point. I might as well use the electrician I know, you know, who's cheaper. Upsetty Spaghetti, how you doing? Yeah, I'm a bit early. Unfortunately, it looks like it's getting night time, which kind of sucks.
Good day. Still loving your videos. Have my Prime sub.
I've had some terrible runs as well. Like, not just that. I had some awful goes at experimental. It was fun though. We were driving cars and having a nice time, but I did get chased around by the same handful of players a bit, you know. But even aside from that, like we've had some challenges on other maps too. But this went well the other day. I actually slept last night. It wasn't that hot yesterday, but in the UK it was about 25, 26 Celsius in Suffolk. It was 26 where I live, right? But it was so sticky. It was the hottest 26 I remember feeling. You know, sometimes 26 can be really nice and fresh, but it was so humid. It felt ridiculously hot for 26 Celsius. Which people are going to be, oh, it was fucking 43 where I am. You lose a knob and you don't even know what high temperature is, do you? I live in Arizona. That's what's coming. Anyway, it was fucking hot. It felt really hot. And last night, in my bedroom was like 23 Celsius.
The only downside to you convincing me to be a Liverpool fan at the beginning of the season is that now I look like a bandwagoner.
No, you picked them before the start of the season. You're okay. Don't worry. You're in the clear. Right, what do I need that heat pack? I'm trying to make space for a stupid heat pack. But yeah, it felt really hot. Last night I went to go to bed at like it was 23 Celsius in my room at about 12:30, 1 a.m. and it was hot as hell, sticky in the room. And so last night I slept and I just had the aircon on the lowest fan setting. I just put it on the lowest fan setting and left it on all night. And I woke up in the night, 19 Celsius. Oh, it was lovely. That's so. It is a fucking luxury. Trying to sleep. It's only 23, but it was really sticky and muggy, and like be able to sleep at night is. I'm glad I got the aircon put into the bedroom. Let me put it that way. $23 is not unbearable, but it's not as easy to sleep, you know, like as in the room to sleep at, you know. It's not what you want really. Yeah, cheers, Garrett. Yeah, so Twitch have I don't know how I'm going to work it yet. I don't know the logistics of how it works, because apparently Twitch, I did say that they would do this, and they have done. They've announced that they're rolling out 1440p streams. They're saying higher bitrate, but I'm already streaming at the higher bitrate anyway, so I'm not going to get any higher bitrate, I don't think. But anyway, they're saying that they're going to allow 1440p streams as of yesterday, I think, when they announced it. But you have to apply. They're still calling it a beta, but everyone's going to get it, but you don't know when. So I applied this morning, and I've just got to wait. So as an American, how does a team get to the French Cup final, Reims, yet still have to play for relegation? Because the cups are completely separate. Like in American football, it's effectively like a league format, if you like, that leads into the playoffs, that leads into the winner of the Super Bowl, which is like a cup. In football, it's not like that. You have the league, which is like the Premier League in the UK. Liverpool won the English Premier League this year, so they were the best and most consistent team over the season. They win the Premier League, which in English football is the most coveted prize, right? But separately to that, they have a cup competition which every team goes in. So it's not like, if you just think about the Super Bowl for a second, that's only for teams that are in the AFC and the NFC, right? You have to be one of the top teams at the top table to get into the Super Bowl. Whereas in England, we have the FA Cup. Your hometown can enter it. You know, not just the big teams enter the FA Cup. Every team in the pyramid can enter.
Take me with
like,
you to Prague.
so you get like teams from the very bottom division of football that could get drawn against Manchester United or Liverpool or whatever. Every team enters it, and then it's a cup competition for every team. So it's not, it doesn't run in line with the Premier League. It's a separate tournament, and it's how it is in France as well. So the nice thing with that is that you can get some really cool games. Like you can get like smaller teams, smaller provisional teams that aren't from a big city playing the big team. You know, it can be a really cool thing. You are too far right on the map. I know where I'm going, David. I'm coming around above the airfield because I've got a sniper rifle and I want to overwatch the airfield. I've played this game before, dude. It's not my first rodeo. OJZ, thanks for coming in. Take me with you to Prague. No can do. I'm looking forward to it though. It's only like 3 weeks away now, I think. Super Andy, thank you for the 9 months. Dollar Brandon, thank you for the super chat. Sorry for the tip. I'll catch the message in a sec. Do I even need Moser? Eyes are so itchy. It's proper hay fever time for me now, like allergies time for those that don't speak English. Have I got... I could drop those. What difference it makes, I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to come around onto these rocks and up onto these trees to see if I can see much of the airfield from up here. That's what I'm doing. The only downside to you convincing... Oh, yeah, Dollar. Yeah, I think you made the right choice, right? What a good time to be convinced to be an LFC fan right before they win the league, eh? PSG did destroy Inter. I didn't watch the game, but it's the outcome I predicted. Now, the nice thing about staying this far away as well is that in theory I shouldn't cause any zombies to spawn in. And so if there are no zombies down there, we know there's no players down there, and maybe we'll just jog on somewhere else. Player with the same UID as already in game, how to fix. Bubbly, it's a real pain in the ass. It doesn't happen very often, but I think all you can do is, if you're on Steam, log out of Steam, wait 10 minutes, log back into Steam and try again. You know, like, it's a bug where the server thinks you're in. It might be that the server you're trying to join has crashed as well, but obviously if it thinks your UID is in there, then you're up shit creek without a paddle. There's not much you can do until it doesn't think that. You could try and join a different server and then a completely different random community server and then try again after perhaps, but it's a bug I've only had happen once, and I just I think I logged out of Steam and then waited a short while and went back in and it worked. So if we're looking down there, there's no Zs. No Zs would imply no dudes.
Hey Paul, how's things?
Pretty good. I'm doing alright. Thank you very much. Cheers, Gungrave. Hope you're good. I'm doing okay. I hope you're good. Yeah, I'm not so bad. I had an okay day yesterday. So I'm really, I'm not really feeling the pressure of it, because if I don't get videos on a Saturday for a while, it happens sometimes, you know. I've got two editors. Uncupa towards the end of last week was like, if you got footage, like, he's eager for a video. Finn would be able to turn this around in time for Saturday. I am a little bit under pressure to try and get footage. So what I really would help me now is not getting this guy killed without just a bit of a continuation. If we can get this guy to survive for another hour or two, I can get warmed up and then maybe win another fight or two. It would be really good, because I could do with this being a video. Really, there is a touch of pressure to it, but if it ain't today, it will be tomorrow. You know, it's the way it is. If you throw enough at it, sooner or later you get good adventures. You know, like, it's just the way she goes. I'm still looking here, just hoping maybe something might spawn in, but no. I'm wondering if perhaps we should go to the yellow tents there and just have a look, see if we can find some stuff for NBC. Like, I've got half a mind we could maybe just get some NBC stuff and try to do the keycard quest on this map. That would be pretty cool. There's definitely no zombies though. Like, normally around those Quonsets, there'd be loads of zombies, and there's none. So I think I'm going to get into those trees, and take myself down towards the yellow tents. I might try and loot those Quonsets as well. I would really love it if I could find some more 5.56 for this KO 101. You need to team up more often. Funky, teaming up doesn't result in many YouTube videos, dude. If you look through the history of my channel, most of my good videos are me lone wolf, not teamed up. What I could do with doing is having a good run at it and not getting stream sniped as much, is the honest truth. I know that sounds like a cop-out, but I joined Zero DRL the other day, and in the first 3 hours, 4 people got banned for being in the server whilst watching the stream. And the reason that happened is because I was on a server where sometimes they keep an eye on it. Whereas if I'm on other servers, it's nobody keeping an eye on it, and so you don't know. It gives you an idea, you know, like, first 2 or 3 hours, 4 people banned, you know. It's not the only reason. I played terribly in places, you know, so I'm not... But yeah, I've got a larger audience at the moment, and I am struggling a touch with the amount of stream sniping that's happening, and it's just part of streaming. But if there's... At times last week, there was 7,000 people watching just on YouTube, right? You know, there's somebody at my door. Now, give me a sec, guys. I'm not expecting anyone at the door today, but... it's a Sunday as well. Right, hang on. Right, I'm back. Oh my god, that's great news. So obviously I've moved address, right? I've moved address, and so I've told my accountant my new address, and my accountant has changed my address with HMRC, who are like our tax office in the UK. And so they've just sent me a tax code change for this year, but they've sent it to not my house. They've sent it to one of the next door neighbours, which I'm guessing means that the accountants have given HMRC my wrong address. So that gives me another job to do. Yeah, so it's lucky. Obviously I've only just moved in, so the neighbours aren't that au fait with who's who yet. But yeah, thankfully they managed to work out it was me. Yeah, I've only just started Jaded. Yeah, I've only been live 20 minutes. This is how it works on a stream. On top of that, I've started a bit earlier as well. I don't normally start so early, so I'm a little bit ahead of schedule as well. Normally I don't start till 1 or 2. Yeah, there are some good videos of me in team-ups on the channel, but I don't think there's a massive yearning on YouTube. I could be wrong, but I don't think there's the massive yearning on YouTube for duos and trios PvPing using Discord. I think people more inclined to want to see, like for the sort of thing that I can make, you know, I can't do base building because I'm streaming and I don't really want to either, but like, I think one life solo adventures are likely to be more popular, where if I'm going to team up it's with someone I meet randomly and we're using VoIP. I think for my channel anyway, they're the more popular style of video than me teaming up with some other OG DayZ and then just trying to kill people using Discord. I think the team-ups work really, really well, don't get me wrong. They can be really good for streams, and then you get some red letter ones, like the team-up we had with Joystick Joa the other week on one of the charity stream dono team-ups, and it made for an amazing run, made for a really good video. But if that's what I put out every week, it would change the dynamic of the channel a little bit, because it's mostly Lone Wolf Adventures, you know. That's kind of the thing I'm probably doing more of on YouTube than anything else. Right. A zombie running there, I think. This is kind of annoying. Oh, a weapon cleaning kit. Have I got anything that needs repairing? Only one segment of. I don't think I have. No. MP7.
The best Sundays involve TRMZ, rock on gesture emoji.
And I certainly think the videos don't think I like that Leopold. I'm just going to stick with the regular hunting scope. The videos, like the lights out videos with Sauer and Muller, and then that duos video with Lottie where we're doing the event, they can be cracking videos, but that's a lot to do with the event going well. You know, you could, like the lights out, the second one was still very good, but it wasn't as good as the first because the ending was so exciting and so tense. Like, it's just a lot to do with the luck of the draw when you're in events and how well the event goes. Because yes, we got to the latter stages, and the first one particularly so, but sometimes you just get shot in the back, you know, sometimes they don't go so well. I really do need to get this sorted. G-Bro, thank you very much for the support, dude. Tom Bowden, thank you for the very long resub, all with Prime. 87 Primes, dude. That's insane, man. Thank you. Fizzbrain, thank you for the 24 months. Eric, thank you for the 5. Direct T Gungrave, thank you as well. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. But the team ups will come back. I just, like I've said already, like I'm not doing them as regular as I would like, but I'm going to have to book Redlines one, I think, because I'm struggling to get in contact with some of the others. I do need to send some more emails, I guess, but I'm running out of people to contact. A lot of them are just not seeing my email to them, it seems. But anyway, yeah, we'll start doing the team ups again soon enough, I'm sure. We're not doing very well here with regards to NBC loot, are we? There's none. Well, there's 556 though. That's 308. I could actually do with some pouches or something. I really could do with sorting my loot out a touch. I'm using the SVD as a zombie killer at the moment, which I'm not sure makes entire sense, but you cannot drop a silenced SVD. You cannot drop it. However, I do not want to drop the R700, so I'm triple gunning, and at least it's got a suppressor, so I can use it for killing the Zeds, I suppose. Have I ever played RuneScape? Nah. I don't go a bundle for modern games like RuneScape. I've never played RuneScape. RuneScape is a crazy game that, in terms of its popularity for as long as it's had it, you know, it's one of those rare games. Like DayZ is one of them as well. It's not as old as RuneScape, but it's kind of cool that it's still so popular, like that you get games like that, you know. Tetracycline. There is no NBC loot here. None. How cool did that sound? There's just no NBC, none at all. Zombies are starting to appear. Well, there's plenty of them appeared, but let's get down from here before I get killed. I'm going to loot those sort of 5 Quonsets that are all close together, and then I think it's time for us to book it. I wouldn't have minded the blood bag, but I'll be fucked if I can work out what I'm going to drop. think the entrance to this is here. Yeah, it is. Oh good, rain. Excellent news. Is this what night looks like on this server? Well, it's actually morning, and the night time is the night cycle's very short. I set that up to try and get 2 for 1, and I'm kind of feeling a bit unlucky that I didn't get 2 for 1. I moved to my left to line him up to try and kill 1 with 1. I'm surprised. To kill 2 with 1 bullet. I'm surprised it didn't work, to be honest. Oh well. I need that. Someone's been through, haven't they, recently? Someone's been through it. And, oh, fuck. Where did I drop the... I need to go back to that Quonset hut and get my weapon cleaning kit back. I definitely need 2 cleaning kits. Why not use your sneaky pistol? Because I've got 3 guns and it would mean dropping 1 on the floor. I can't get the pistol out. Oh, I ain't got time for that shit. Yeah, someone's looted this recently. I don't think we're going to find anything. Tracers? Got time for no tracers. I missed the pouches for the vest. Where? Yeah, I've got a sneaky SVD instead. It's just as good. There was a tactical vest. I think... Yeah, I don't know if that's what you mean. There was a tactical vest. In one of the others there was an M65, but I don't remember there being any pouches. In front is really descriptive. That's helping me a lot. I don't see any pouches. Did I loot this one? Yeah, I did. How long has this run been going on for? Well, I played about 7 hours on Friday. And I died after a couple of hours, maybe an hour and a half. So somewhere between 5 and 6 hours, roughly, this character, before today. The first zombie you killed in front of the green huts, the zombies don't have pouches on, dude. The zombies don't have pouches. It had a vest, but they don't have pouches on. So you can see there's no pouches on it, but the plate carrier zombies never have pouches. Too fat to fit. I'd like to get round here without aggroing that. I don't want to waste a bullet on a firefighter zombie. It's pointless. Right, I think we're going to crack on. I might go to the top of that hill. There's somewhere over there. I could see some radar buildings. I've never been there. I might head that way. So I did just get NBC gloves, which is pretty good. This map I've been struggling at times. I'm cold now because of the rain, but I've been struggling at times for being too hot. So the NBC gloves are a little bit better for that, and also I need them if I'm going to do a gas zone thing as well. An AR-15. Oh shit. Where was the... Where was the... I can fix this scope. Was it in one of the tents, the electrical repair kit? Sorry, one of the Quonset huts. I need to go back and use it, don't I? I need to go back and get that. There was one use out of it, but my PSO scope is damaged, so that'll be quite handy. How did it get damaged? It was damaged as long as I've had it. It was damaged when I found it. Right. So I've got to go back and find that Quonset hut. Funny, because I've not been on this character so long today, I was convinced as I saw it that I needed it for something, and I couldn't work out what it was. Kind of stupid. This to-ing and fro-ing and going back, it's the sort of thing that gets you killed, you know, like, I'm going back because I want to get my damaged PSO scope to warm. And when I'm dead and I'm new spawned and I'm looking for a single can of food or something, I'm going to feel annoyed that I wasted my time. Fuck me. That's risky. Don't even know where I'm looking. I brought myself down a fucking nightmare here. I need to go this way. It sounds like a big juicy gun as well.
Yippee.
I don't know where to go here. I don't know where to go to avoid this fucking dude. Fucking gun needs repairing now. I could have done that a second ago. I'm drying up. It's raining outside, so this is probably pointless.
Of awesomeness.
I'm a little bit worried about these zombies now. Right, I'm going to load this and I'm just going to go. I need to get around. I don't even know if they're the ones that shot at me or not. Don't fully understand how that's gone there. Fuck that. Right, let's just do this. Come on! Oh, you fucking kidding me? How far around does that go? Not far. Oh, fuck me. Give me my stamina. Fuck me dead. I don't know where these guys are going to appear from, but...
I'm only in it for the drugs, Kappa.
They're going to come into those trees around to the left somewhere. They should see me, but... I think that's at me. That was at me. Fuck me, that's a lot longer than I thought. Which one was he at? We're at that one to the right, I think. I can't remember which one of the set of the rocks they were at, but... I don't feel like they've lightly moved. I think it was that one, actually. This shaking is not helping me any. This gives them a tiny amount of time to try and flank, but I'm just going to go back to those rocks for now. Oh, it's fucking raining again. What's the point of that then? So there's two. They've got to be trying to flank me somehow. That's a different guy. That's the one that shot at me originally. That's a different player. I don't even know where this dude's shooting me from. I think that's the snap I'm hearing. I don't think I can hear his suppressed shot. It's very strange. Can't work that shot out. It must be a modded gun of some sort. Remember what I was saying about the PSO scope? Yeah, someone in the chat is just saying it now. Like, I've got myself in this much bother because of the PSO scope I was after, and I did predict the fucking thing as well, didn't I? Get this range down to 2. I don't know where this guy's shooting me from. I think I've got to just try and run. I can't stay here. I'm just going to get... There's 2 to the right somewhere. There's 1 to the left somewhere. And I'm just going to get myself fucked, aren't I? So let's just try and get away for now. I think that's the right choice. This dude has got me absolutely banged to rights. So I've got some gap between me and them. What I need to do is put some distance now before that they crest this hill, because... Oh, okay, I'm not cresting the hill now. I need to use this as... I might go round into the hill above and look back down. Perhaps, but I think we're going to have to do a huge flank round and come across there up onto that hill up to the right there. I could do with this rain fucking off, my word. I'm getting too shallow there. Like the fire station can see me. I don't think the dude was in the fire station tower, but he's somewhere. Like, fuck knows where. Yeah, the rain is fucking my stamina up. The cold isn't exactly helping either. The shaking while I'm aiming isn't helping. Took me a while to work it out against the dudes on the rocks. I wish I'd have had one more shot at that dude. Like, the last shot I took was a little bit low, but it landed like roughly where the end of their gun barrel was, you know, so a tiny smidge higher, and I was getting a headshot, you know. I'd kind of got that range to the rock down cold, but the zombie aggroed, and then when I shot the zombie, they moved, you know, like that sucked. It was a big gun that they hit me with. I'm lucky they hit me in the chest and not the head. The head wouldn't have killed me, but it would have knocked me uncon and I would have been in the open. So it's lucky that they only hit me in the chest. The plate carrier saved me there. I'm not sure what it is. It's a modded gun of some sort, and it's a big boy. Cold might turn nasty. There was tetracycline back before. I could take a vitamin, but I'm effectively... If I take those 2 vitamins, I might get rid of the cold. But by which time the health will probably be back up to full. And then I'll be able to immune system it away afterwards, you know. So I might as well take those 2 vitamins. My immune system will be full fairly quickly. So we'll have it full now with the pill. And then soon enough it'll be full afterwards with the health coming up. My hydration and energy are in a good spot, so I should be alright. So I want to, like I said before, I want to come round and get onto the hill. I'm still not sure where that was shooting me from. I'm not sure if that gun that was shooting me was actually suppressed, or if it's the sound of some modded sniper rifle on this server. I think it was still somewhere a bit away. I don't think the guy had pressed down into the... he could have been on the fire station, or he could have been somewhere local, more local to me, but I don't think so. I think the dude was still somewhere up the hill. I think they were somewhere near where they'd fired at me from originally. So this is one huge ass flank we're doing. I'm going to go for those trees up ahead. Try and get into the trees at the very top of the hill. Kim, thanks for the 62 months. Deliverance, thank you very much as well. Beast, thank you. Falcon Pear, thank you. Cheers for the support, guys. Bro, thank you as well. Right, that's not going to help my immune system. The fact that I'm thirsty is not good. Actually, just drying these few things out has made a difference. Well, making a difference. What the fuck is this? Like, I've just run my clothes out, and as I'm wringing my clothes out, it starts raining again. What a complete waste of bastard time. There is a chance that the people shooting at me are coming round into these trees as I'm coming up. They might be in the same trees, but I don't know. Just got a tiny bit of stamina back. For what? I'm dropping that. If I'm going up on a hill to Overwatch, I really don't think it's wise to have a fluorescent yellow bag on me. I've got no NBC loot, so I just don't think it's worth it. Orange, yeah, I had a cold on the last stream and I got rid of it by getting my immune system up. But now I've been shot, my health went down, and then it started raining, so you can catch another cold relatively quickly. We should be able to get rid of it though. I've got 2 vitamins to unsick myself with. And like I said before, by the time I get rid of the vitamins, if that hasn't got rid of the cold, the fact that my health is then full and my apple is full will probably do the trick. The only issue I've got is I've got no water now, so I could come unstuck a little bit for hydration. I've just drank my last bottle. See, I've just got rid of the cold again. And I still have 1 vitamin left, so we shall see. I'd like to not get the cold again after this for a while, but... Not finding a great deal in these feed shacks dotted around the map. They very rarely have anything that great. A heat pack would actually be pretty useful right now. I was trying to take one before, wasn't I? And I didn't get it. This is a hell of a run around that we're going on here. I could do with drinking my tea. I've been streaming an hour and my teacup's full. And cold. Fuck that right up. Yeah, you only get a cold 89 Ruger. It's not really like it is in real life, but if you're light blue temperature, you're much more likely to catch a cold. So if you can dry yourself up and stay white temperature, then you'll be much less likely to catch a cold. Hi JGM Clark, thanks for coming in. Sean, thank you for the 15 months on Twitch. Hey Mosley, thank you for the 54 months on Twitch. Kim for the 62. Cheers guys, thank you. He's hoping this is the last time I have to do this. Balaclava's taking longer to dry out than the other bits. Do I have it? I do. So make me a touch warmer as well. This is the thing that's crazy. I'm cold now. In about half an hour's time, if I'm not dead, I'll be struggling because I'm too hot. Although I think the server owner who was watching the stream the other day was tweaking the temperature, watching the stream and seeing how it was going, so it might have changed again now, so we'll see. It sounded like it was aggroed. They do make that noise even when they're not aggroed. But it sounded like it, and if the dude's got a suppressed gun, it could have been killed. But I think we're better. We're getting too close to the edge, and I'm not high enough up the hill and not far enough across to the right yet. That could be the two. That could be the... That's the bear. Sounds like they're in the town. The bear's eyes look pretty fucking scary there, didn't it? I think that's a cocaine bear. It had like fucking like Game of Thrones North of the Wall blue eyes. These little trees here look pretty good with the little rock to hide behind, but I don't think they're going to be close enough. But I don't really want to run through these trees. Excuse me. When is the event? Oh, what event? I'm not in an event. I didn't know there was an event today. If there is an event today, it's just another one that I've missed out on, but I'm not aware of one today, dude. Seppo, cheers for the 2 months, dude. Thank you. This is not going to give me any kind of angle, is it? What we could do with them doing now is running up into the... running up into the bear. I don't think the shots were all the way into the town. I think they were somewhere around these trees, somewhere. Please say it ain't raining again. I am half expecting the suppressed sniper to appear in these trees somewhere. Because the shots, I think the suppressed dude is solo, and I think the other two might be the ones that just fired down here somewhere. And I've no idea where the fuck they are, but I can't just run down there again. I've just been down there. I think I'm better off not doing that and just taking my time for a minute. I've got a bear to my left, which is like a nice early warning system. If they happen to run up that tree line. Exactly right, Tonkis. Players or zombies don't render beyond 1100 meters, so I feel like that down there is too far for me to see anything. But I came up it. I don't think the shots were that far away. And I'm expecting them to come running through the tree lines somewhere, maybe, unless they're going away again, but who knows. I'd still very much like to get the suppressed guy, and I don't think... Well, I'm saying suppressed. Modded gun or suppressed gun, whatever it was. I'd like to try and get that dude, and I think he's still over there somewhere. They may be going on towards the... There's that military stuff to the right with the church and stuff. The whatever it's called. I was there the other day. There's like those sheds that are a bit like caravan type things that have got good military loot in them. And there's a... Yeah, I'm not going to look at the map. It's too open here. But just to the right of me. That. Something... Heaven's Gate, I think it's called. It's something along those lines. Faith's Gate, yeah, that might be right. It's been kind of fun. A fun start, but... So I am very much in the open right now, but the nice thing about being in the open is it's very hard for people to close up on you without you knowing. Also a bit of a problem if you get shot unconscious, though. That's where the church is there. I'm just going to have a quick look at that. I have a funny feeling our friend that shot at me at the airfield is probably going to be up on in the trees waiting for another opportunity. I feel like that's some kind of like airfield sniper, like just sitting there like a lunatic waiting. So I feel like he might still be there. We might get a chance for that again soon. I'll come around and just see if I can get close enough to see if any zombies start spawning in there. Plenty of water down there, so if needs be I can use that last vitamin and drink river water, I suppose. That might be okay. I don't really want to go down there though. What I could do with is a nice little depression here and a little pond. That would be nice. Seppo, thanks again for the 2 months, dude. Thank you. Stopping with no cover in the middle of an open area is not so smart. I'm just trying to get close enough to see if I can... Well, I'm kind of close enough now. There's no Zeds down there. So I don't think our two buddies that were shooting at me from the other side of the airfield... I think they went towards that town. I don't think they've made it across that far yet. So weird, the outside of the map. Like, it looks so different. Obviously that's the edge of the map, right? I think in Chernerus they've tried to make the edge of the map similar sort of colour palette so that it's I don't know, not quite so... Like when you're on the edge of Chernerus, it's, you know, you're on the edge of a map and it makes it feel a bit more of a game, but it's not quite like that. This makes it feel more, well, less immersive, I suppose, you know, like it looks so different, doesn't it? So zombies definitely spawn down there, and there are no zombies. So I just don't think that the player has gone that way. The players have gone that way. I think we've got to go back. They may be on the way there. I do have a bit of a worry that as we're coming back this way, I might bump into them on top of this hill. I've got a bit of a worry that they're going to be just in front of me somewhere. This is open.
$54 I tend to watch on YouTube now, but you're welcome to the Bezos bucks.
Iceman, thank you very much. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the priming. So Twitch have apparently, at TwitchCon EU, which I've been saying all year is what they were going to do, and lo and behold they have. They've announced 1440p streaming, and it's meant to be coming. I applied for it this morning, so when they decide I can have it, I should be able to increase the quality on Twitch. I don't really know how it works yet. I have a funny feeling I'll have to stream to Twitch more than once, so I think it's multi-streaming, so I'll have to stream to Twitch possibly in 1440 and 1080 and 720 perhaps. I don't really know, but I've got the bandwidth for it. I don't know if it might cause me some issues performance-wise. I'm a little bit worried how it might go, if I'm honest, because I've got a 5090, which is as good of a card as you can have for streaming, and it does 3 streams, but I'm streaming to YouTube already, so I might not be able to easily stream to Twitch in 3 different resolutions and YouTube as well. And it will do it, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it works. Like, if I can stream to Twitch in 1440 and 1080, will Twitch then take that 1080 and turn it into all the other resolutions? I don't know. I don't think they will. I applied this morning, Jay Cantrell. Garrett sent me a message. I didn't know it had happened, to be honest. Garrett whispered me to say that they'd announced it, and so I applied this morning. So yep, I've applied, but when I get it is when I get it. And even then I'm going to have to try and work out how it actually works and how I can make it work while streaming to YouTube as well. Why are you so cautious on the edge of the map? Because there was 3 people sniping at me just the other side of that hill, that's why. I've got to be honest, I'm a little bit worried that at least one of the groups might be knowers, you never know. Like, I'm playing it on the presumption that one of the groups logged in because they knew where I logged out the other day. Now that's probably not the case. But it doesn't do me any harm to just play it that way, just to be safe, does it? You know, it's probably not the case. Much more likely it's not than it is, but I might as well play it as if it is, just in case. Exactly. There's very little chance they're behind me on the outside the map. People occasionally do. I occasionally run outside the map, but it's a pretty rare thing. Usually if I run outside the map, it's because I'm absolutely positive of being stream sniped. So I'm just like, well, come on then, if you're going to do it, come out here and do it, you fucker. Surprisingly enough, they never do. But there was a guy with a real big boy gun over here somewhere, shooting at me from the other side of that hill. So I'm trying to come around that hill. Probably from up there, I guess. What happens if you cross the final frontier? Nothing really. You can just run off that way if you want. If you take a car out that way, it will despawn on a server restart, but you won't, I don't think. I think if a server crashes or restarts and you're out there, you'd still be out there. So I'm just going to try and come around, like, I want to get up somewhere there and then just have a look. I'm sure there's still a sniper on this hill. I think you can drive. I don't think the wheels fall through the ground when you're outside the map. I think you can still drive out there, but I honestly don't know. I haven't done it in a long while. You just seen the ray gun chick at the Olympics again. I thought they managed to get rid of the footage. It's like the IOC or whoever's responsible for the ownership of the footage of the Olympics just managed to like burn it. Like you couldn't replay it at the time. It was just like a thing of folklore. Like nobody was replaying it. Loads. Thank you very much for the 26 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. You get stuck immediately if you drive off the map. Ah, there you go, look. So they have changed that. That's kind of cool to know. Someone should have been fired for that disaster. Or the person, sorry, the people that picked who represented Australia for the Olympic breakdancing was Ray Gun and Ray Gun's husband. So, to be fair, I believe she has done well in breakdancing in the past, but I think she was trying something experimental when the Olympics were on. Maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, that's a monumental like fuck up that the people that are responsible for choosing who's represented are related and the person that gets picked. I didn't watch PSG Jambon. I did think it was a likely outcome, as I've been saying for a good while. I didn't watch the football last night. No, I watched a tiny bit of the tennis between Cam Norrie and the other dude, and then I turned that off as well. I don't even know who got through. I presume Cam Norrie did, but I don't know that. I was expecting PSG to be awesome. They were absolutely. I was more impressed with them when they played Liverpool than I have been most other sides for a while. You know, they're the best side I've seen in Europe since like the really premium Real Madrid and Barcelona sides, not like the recent years ones. I think that team is really good, and I was massively impressed with them. When Liverpool got beat by them, I said many times that Liverpool were lucky to get it to penalties and that PSG deserved to win. Like the fact that Liverpool won the away leg at Paris it's like the best game that the goalkeeper will ever have in his entire career, no doubt. You know, like it was an awesome performance by them, and to lose that game is absolutely incredible. See, now there's no zombies. That's fucking insane, isn't it? There's zombies there, though, so somebody's around. Aha, there's a dude there, look. How the fuck am I going to get this range? Let's just go for 800. Let's see where it went. Actually, 800 was a tiny bit much, but 700 looked about right. But now they're just in there baiting by the look of it. Oh no. What the fuck's going on there? That's the same dude. So that was just him shooting zombies trying to get away, I think. Let's try. Till the next try, he's got to come around that hill. Got to be in the trees, right? I could have gone around the wall, but I'd have seen him. He must be in these trees. Where the fuck are you? That zombie just disappeared. I think he's logged out. I think he's logged out. All the zombies have just gone. I think he got to those trees and logged out. I don't know. If Nate's watching, I'd love it if they could catch that fucker. That guy's definitely combat logged. That is pathetic, isn't it?
The game is afoot.
Unfortunately, I didn't hit him or anything, so it's going to be really hard to get that, I think. But I'd be staggered if that's not a combat log, because all of the zombies disappeared at the same time. The logout timer is 25 seconds. And so that dude's just got to some cover in the trees, and then 25 seconds later the zombies have disappeared. I'd be very surprised if it's a crash. It could be. People do crash from time to time, but I'd be very, very surprised. Man, that sucks. My first shot must have been very close to them, because I aimed centre mass. And I was ranged to 800, and the next shot I took was 700, and it went a tiny bit low, so... I don't know, maybe because he moved slightly left, the shot missed, but if he'd have stood still, I feel like the first shot would have hit. Hey Tony Cat, hope you're good. Bone, the game is afoot. Not anymore. The noob done chickened. Fancy playing the game, getting to the ATC, and playing, like, coming to a busy area on a full map, and then when you get shot at, you run to the nearest cover and log out. Imagine being that player. Just can't think of a worthy comparison, you know. I don't know. It's like being a virgin, young. You're a young virgin. You're really eager. And you meet the lady of your dreams, and she's willing and able, and then you get erectile dysfunction and have to run away. The floppy peen dude logs out in a bush. Bone, thanks again. Garrett, thank you for gifting Danish Editor the sub, dude. Thank you very much. Sorry it took me a little minute to get there, but I've been busy. Loads, thank you again. When is 4K coming to Twitch? Well, they're trying to roll out 1440 now, which is I'm not convinced it's going to be that great for DayZ, to be honest. The bitrate they're allowing is not high enough. They're not using an AV1 codec yet. Twitch are bringing out these enhancements and they're making it out like it's fucking amazing, and it's just not. Unfortunately, Twitch need to up their game. They are getting pasted at the moment, video quality wise, and I feel really glad that I started streaming on YouTube. I don't prefer YouTube. Don't take this the wrong way. I'm very proud to be a YouTuber. I'm very proud to be a Twitch streamer. Were it not for Twitch, I wouldn't have ever been able to go full time. You know, YouTube is the thing that allowed me to go full. Sorry, YouTube is the thing that allowed me to start growing my channel, but Twitch is the thing that allowed me to go full time. You know, I've always needed both, but Twitch are so far behind on the video quality now. They've got some really good points. The UI, the viewing experience on Twitch, in many ways is nice. So the ability to find a stream is a little bit easier on Twitch. If you just fancy watching, I don't know, a new game comes out tomorrow, you can just go to Twitch and select a streamer and away you go. You know, it's quite easy to find something to watch, I think, personally. But why fuck are they lagging on the video quality now? And what they're introducing is like not even a bodge job attempt anywhere near as good. It's like, oh, we're going to increase our bitrate from 6 to 8. I'm already streaming at 8. Like, it's just, for a game as detailed as DayZ, I fear that 1440p at such low bitrate is not going to look great. Have I noticed a dip in ad revenue? On Twitch, probably, yeah, but I don't really look at it. Jambo, no, not on YouTube. YouTube's the same kind of how it's been before, you know. It always goes down a bit in January and February. But YouTube's the same. I don't really look at the Twitch ad revenue at all. I haven't got a clue, but their ad revenue has gone down over the last couple of years, yeah, they're compared to where it was. But my views have gone down as well, you know, so I've got more people watching on YouTube and less people watching on Twitch now. Garrett, yeah, they've upped the bit rate, but the bit rate they're saying they've increased it to is what I'm already using, is my point, Garrett, right? So they're saying they're upping the bit rate by 2,000 for 1440p streams. Well, I've already been streaming at above what they recommend anyway, you know, like, so they're just giving me what I've already been using anyway. I stream on YouTube, sorry, I stream on Twitch 8,000 kilobits per second. They recommend no higher than 6.5 or something, I think it is, but I've always been above that. Mike and here, whichever you're happy watching on, I'm very happy that you're there, you know, it doesn't really affect me much either way. Whichever you like watching on, I'm grateful. Alright. Wayne, I think they have Twitch Partner Plus now, which is still 70/30. I don't think that has any 100k threshold though, does it? I don't know. I honestly don't have a fucking clue how the Twitch contract works anymore. Right? But Twitch Partner Plus is still 70/30, isn't it? Twitch Turbo doesn't affect ad revenue and subs. No, it might affect subs a little bit. You know, like you might have a regular viewer who really enjoys your stream. There's quite a few people that started on Twitch because of my stream. That's not making me sound big-headed, but if you start on YouTube and come to Twitch, you're going to bring some viewers with you now. Likewise, now I've sent some viewers back to YouTube. Now I stream on YouTube, right? But there are people that started watching Twitch to watch my channel. Maybe they subscribe to you and they pay their $4.99 a month or whatever. But at some point, they might decide to upgrade that to Twitch Turbo and cancel their sub. And so effectively that, if someone's a sub to you but decides to start watching 2 channels, and instead of subbing to both channels decides to get Twitch Turbo because it's more cost effective, then in theory, yeah, it could hurt a tiny bit, but I think that decision is something that gets made rarely, you know. I don't think that's a common thing, you know, like it might be a handful of people a year or something, but I don't think it's significant, you know. Like most regular Twitch Turbo viewers are just as good as any other regular viewer. I don't even know how much Twitch Turbo is, to be honest. Where is the action? Well, there was plenty of people at the airfield before. I was getting shot at by a group of 2 and a single sniper as well, but they appeared to have fucked off, and I just took a shot at someone and they ran into a bush and logged out by the look of it. So I'm now coming back this way. I've already been this way, but the 2 players must have come across this way, I think. They must have done. Like, I came over to check that something gate, whatever it is, over here, and there was no zombies, but I feel like they must have been coming this way. They went down there towards the town.
Random question.
Do you like crisp sandwiches?
Do you like crisp sandwiches?
Not really, on account of the gluten. If I'm going to have gluten, I have to do it for something that's a worthy cause, you know, like a dirty burger or a pizza or something, or like really nice. But a crisp sandwich wouldn't quite qualify for me. But I used to quite like them back in the day.
Hop back to your YouTube stream. Smiley face emoji.
I used to be quite keen on beef Big O's, which are like big hula hoops that they used to do, with super noodles. So you could get like hula hoops and super noodles into a sandwich, like real students' fare. Great for a hangover it was. Like basically starch, and more starch, carbohydrates, whatever. What the hell is a crisp sandwich? It's a chip sandwich bond, so potato chips in bread. Maybe with something else as well. Well, instant noodles with crisps or chips, if you speak that language. Might sound bad, but don't knock it till you tried it. It was an absolute fucking winner. So I'm still on the edge of the map. Probably shouldn't stick around here for too long, but there's been 3 separate players up here, plus the dude that logged out of the ATC, so that makes 4. Yeah, burritos. I think it's a good thing. I think $12 a month for Turbo, yeah. I think as a viewer you should do what's right for you, you know, but the dude asked me the question, so in the rare case where there was somebody like yourself that watched 1 stream and then wanted to watch 3, but didn't want to sub to all 3, but wanted to see no ads at all 3, they might decide to cancel the sub with the first stream they started watching to get Turbo, you know. That just... There's going to be a handful of those type of people out there, you know, but it's very small. And nobody can sub to every stream they watch, I don't think, you know, like, I don't think that's a feasible thing. Yeah, it's been like that forever and a day, dude. I don't remember a time when Twitch Turbo didn't support the streamer. I don't think that's relatively new. I think as long as Turbo has been a thing, I think it's always generated a little bit of revenue for the viewer. But that's not what we're talking about here, dude. That we already know, yeah.
EPL prediction for top 4 next season?
Number 1, Liverpool. Number 2, Arsenal. Number 3, Man City. Number 4, Chelsea. Nero, thank you very much for the 16 months. I've got to say Liverpool because they've just won the league and it looks like a really exciting summer. Now, it doesn't mean they're all going to gel, but I'm really excited about Wirtz. I'm really excited about taking Nunes out and putting a new striker in, which looks like it's going to happen.
TRMZ lab.
It'll be sad to see Diaz go, if he does go, but I think Liverpool have just won the league and are spending more money than they've spent in a long time. Now, sometimes that doesn't equate to success. You know, if spending money equated to success, United won the league a few times in the last 10.
Keep on keeping on.
I'm sorry, that's not meant as a United dig, but that just does, like, same with Chelsea. They've spent crazy money in the last few years, mostly on youth, and maybe that might come good, but nonetheless, spending money doesn't always buy points. But I feel like Liverpool are more likely to get more points next season than this. I don't really hate Man U, Jamie. I am a Liverpool fan, obviously, but I wanted them to get through in the semi-final of the European Cup. I wanted them to get through. I wanted Spurs to win the final, but I don't hate if I was a Scouser, I'd hate Man U a lot more. But obviously, all the while United were winning under Sir Alex Ferguson, and all of the fucking stick that Liverpool fans got for an extended period, you're going to expect that back. If Liverpool win the league again in the next year or two, you're just going to expect it back, because United fans gave Liverpool fans absolute pelters for 20 years. You're going to get it back for the same amount of time. That's the way it works, isn't it? You know, it's just your turn to take it. You know, it will be Liverpool fans' turn again soon enough, no doubt. Tiv and Chillin, thank you for the 3 months. Kelly, thank you very much too. I'm being very careful here, and I think it's the right thing. I don't really like this area from the point of view of how dangerous the fucking place is. It's so open. I'm going to go and I'm going to take my last vitamin and drink down there. Any advice for someone with shocking aim in DayZ? Download, assuming you're on PC, download Streamlabs and just play Gridshot Ultimate for 5 minutes a day. It might not feel like it's going to make a lot of difference, but it will help you. It'll sharpen you up. Obviously, you can play deathmatch servers as well. So if you're planning on playing DayZ for 3 hours, do 20 minutes of deathmatch before you start, and it will help. But the reality is, DayZ's a hard game to get better at in PvP, and mostly it's about the decisions you make. So making good decisions is what wins you fights in DayZ, not necessarily aim. Like anybody with kind of bang average shooting could kill Shroud in DayZ. Not every time, obviously, but if you make the right choices and you make the right time to move, time to flank, time to reposition, this isn't the fight for me, wait until you get the right opportunity kind of thing, then you can be killing those type of players, because what you don't want to do is take a one-on-one at 30 meters right in front of them or something. You know, you just pick your battles. If it's not right, run away. What aspect ratio am I playing on, and why? I'm playing at 16:9, like regular aspect ratio. And why? Because it's the best format to play on, so that I can release YouTube videos and stream. Playing on ultra wide is no good then, because you've got to stream in ultra wide, and mostly people don't have devices that are going to accept that very well, so everybody's going to get black bars. You know, like ultra wide is great maybe for the gamer, but it's not so good for the viewer watching unless they have an ultra wide monitor too, I suppose. You know.
Going to collect a new Daytona tomorrow.
Very nice. Which one? Holy shit. If it's from an AD, you're doing okay. Thank you very much for the 10 months, Cambodia. Did I say Streamlabs? Yeah, it's AimLabs if I said Streamlabs. AimLabs is the software. Yeah, not Streamlabs. Streamlabs is not for aiming. Fuck me dead. Right, I'm gonna have to remember that this water's not clean, because I don't think I can drink anymore. And I've got no more vitamins, so we'll just have to save that and remember it's not clean. No, I definitely haven't been doing aim labs, you can tell as well. So I'd quite like to go up there. Somewhere up the hill there is a big radar building that I was seeing earlier. I think that's, you can see it there. Look, that's just the start of it spawning in. Yeah, kind of want to go up there. I've never been to that. Might have a little trip up there. Does aim labs really help for DayZ? It massively does, especially for hip firing, believe it or not. Hip firing, it makes you... If you want to be able to find the middle of the screen without cheating, as in using some kind of monitor dot or some bollocks like that, aim labs in particular will help you with that. If you do something like Grid Shot Ultimate, you are using a cursor, but nonetheless, you can make it so that when you're shooting little blue circles on a screen and you're trying to do as many shots as you can in a minute, in order to get good at that, you have to intuitively start finding the middle of the screen. You can't follow the cursor around going, You're doing it without really looking at the cursor, right? In order to start shooting the little blue balls quicker and quicker and quicker, you're just intuitively finding the blue ball and moving to the next and the next and the next and the next. It massively improves your hip fire, which will massively improve you in a lot of fights. Because you'll intuitively find the middle of the screen when you're trying to get to someone. And that's dug me out of loads of holes. So it will really, really help from that perspective. Oh, the thing you obviously have to do, you have to match your sensitivity between the two games. So it's relatively easy to match the sensitivity. In aim labs, you can tell it what game you're playing, and then you can put your sensitivity in. So you can effectively make it the same sensitivity for the cursor as your aim will be in DayZ. You can tell it you're playing DayZ. You can tell it what number your sensitivity is from your config folder, and then you can match it between the two. But yeah, aim labs does help a lot. I think there's nothing really that can help you get better at DayZ in terms of real firefights, other than being in real firefights. And the more you're in them, the better you'll get at working out what the enemy's going to do and what you should do, or whatever, you know. The problem is, as I'm saying that, like I often don't do the right things. I make strange choices. I do things that are unexpected, but that's on purpose. I kind of have become very random in the way I behave in PvP, because probably 1 in 3 or 4 fights I have is against somebody that's watching the stream, unfortunately. You know, like, people don't like to hear it, but it's just a side effect of having a large audience, right? So I tend to be very sporadic in my decision making. I don't always do what would be the exact by-the-book thing to do, because that doesn't necessarily go well for me. What does Boona have in 12 and 18 go for? Then I have no idea what 12 is at the moment, but it's normally about 40 to 45 pounds, I think. I've seen it for 30 odd, but whiskey is going up a lot, and I've not been buying a lot lately because I've been not drinking, obviously. But Boona have an 18 is about 110 to 120, which is a lot more money, and the 12 is much more their kind of standard bottle. So In the past, you could get it for 30 to 35, but I feel like it's probably more like 40 now. Jambon, I had a few whiskies last weekend, and I did have a couple last night as well, actually. So I've not bought any whiskey, but I had a few. So I lasted 11 weeks with completely no alcohol. I've had a little bit the last 2 weekends ago and yesterday. But I'm still massively lower. Saw 12 in Asda for 45 quid. Yeah, that sounds about right. I honestly don't think Bunnahabhain 12 is the way to go at that sort of price. It's not. I don't really like it. And Bunnahabhain 18 is my absolute favourite whiskey. I love it. But the 12 for 45, I think there's like something like Green Spot is better. Would you say you noticed immediate health improvements during those 11 weeks? Absolutely, yeah. I feel a bit like shit today because I had a couple of whiskies last night. There's no denying it makes a huge difference. To me personally, I've not got a hangover or anything today, but I feel not as healthy. I feel it instantly, you know. Like, I haven't been out on my walk today. I'm going to go out this evening, but when you've had any alcohol the night before, you sweat a little bit more. You get hotter more easily. You go and do some mild exercise, like walking slightly up a hill, and you sweat more. You get more tired. You can feel it in your ankles. There is a huge difference just by having a little bit. You know, it really does make a difference. I'm going to head towards those shots. I still think there's players around where we are.
I'm a bit disturbed you like chasing blue balls around on your screen. Sounds very suspect and a little bit too much information for those of us of pure innocent heart. Yeah,
you can't beat bashing the blue balls. Ananav, thank you very much. Man Spider, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the support, for the super chat and the resub. Shawnee Pete, Mopshell, thank you very much. Sam, thank you as well. Hope you're good. Those shots were relatively far. We are on a decent hill. I do still think there's players knocking around. What did you end up eating for dinner last night? I think it was Friday night, wasn't it? Can't even remember what I had Friday night. I streamed. I didn't really want to have. Yeah, it was late, so I had a shitload of brie and biscuits. I had brie that was in the fridge and it was out of date by 2 days. So it was best before something like the 26th, and I was eating it on the 28th, roughly.
1963. What are your thoughts, mate? For an automatic chronograph, I had to have one. Thumbs up emoji.
James, the seagulls look great for the money. They're a really nice dial, and they're Chinese movements. Not necessarily wrong with that for the price. I think the only thing you've got to be aware of when you're buying something like that is that when it stops telling the time in 6 or 7 years, you're probably going to throw it away. You know, but that's not necessarily any different than if you buy a Seiko potentially as well, particularly a chronograph, right? If you're wanting it to last 20 years, it's probably not the one, because chronographs are tremendously hard to get serviced, and it will cost at least as much to service as you're going to pay for the watch. So basically you're buying it for the time that it works and tells the time, and then that's it. But they look great. I've never seen one in the flesh, but the pictures, they look great. They're a really nice design. They look nice from the front and the back. And for the money, you're getting a great watch. But if you're buying an automatic chronograph at that kind of price, it's going to be one and done. You know, like once it's not telling the time well, no more. James, dude, thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Cheers for the super chat as well. Kreskowski, thank you for the bits. Yeah, so I had like 10 oatcake biscuits, seeded biscuits, with a shitload of brie because I had to throw the rest away. Would those shots have been at the town? I think they probably were. What's your opinion on movement-activated timekeeping? Well, that's how most automatic watches are, Steezy. I think they're a wondrous thing in the modern world. Like, I think the fact that it's just a spring and a lot of like five wheels and then like a I just like the automatic movements. Like are amazing, really, to me. Like just a few cogs and a spring, and away you go. You know, like I think they're great. Obviously, they don't. The reality is they're not massively accurate. So yeah, you might take it off for the weekend and then have to reset it on the Monday. But they're not like a digital watch or anything. Even the really expensive ones, you know, after a month you're going to need to set the time on them, even if you wear them every day, you know. If you're a bit of a freak for being accurate, even like a crazy expensive Rolex could lose 2 seconds a day, so after a month it's a minute out. They normally don't, but they could to still be within spec. What the fuck is going on here? That's the second time we've heard shots from around here. I think I'm just chasing after nothing here. They're probably on the hill with me, aren't they? I wish I was watching the F1. I would love to watch the F1 today. I didn't see the qualifying. I know the result of the qualifying. Interesting that Hamilton out-qualified Leclerc. I don't know if there was any reason. I haven't seen it. I'm hoping that it's because Hamilton is adjusting to the Ferrari and it wasn't that Leclerc got impaired on the last qualifying lap or something. But kind of interesting how it went. There's no zombies down there, so I have no clue what's going on here. I don't think that shot was down there.
Holy fuck!
James, I don't know if you're meaning me with the Seiko, but I was meaning more like a Seiko chronograph that's £400 or £500, the same sort of price as a Seagull, right? Like Seagulls are value, so I was comparing them to a value equivalent Seiko. If you're spending £400, £500 or £200, £300 on an automatic Seiko, chances are it's probably not going to be value-wise worthwhile getting it serviced in 5, 6, 10 years, whatever it might be, because the cost of the service is going to be as much as you spent on the watch. People still do it though, because people get like emotional attachments to the watch they got married in, or the watch they wore when their kid was born, or whatever it might be, you know, so it still happens. Rolex got the movement for the Daytona from the Zenith many years ago. For a few years, yeah. So they did. In like the late 90s. Well, in the 90s. So the Daytona used to be manual, and I think it was a Valjoux movement. They used to use a manual wind movement years and years ago. And Rolex didn't have a mechanically, like an automatic movement. They didn't have an automatic chronograph, so they used the El Primero movement with some changes. They changed some things to it, so they adapted it and used some stuff in it, but they used a Zenith movement for about 10 years, roughly, maybe a bit more, but they created their own movement in about 2002, and they've been using that ever since.
Blessings. Thank you for the great content.
A lot of people think that the Daytona used the Zenith one from the beginning of the Daytona, and that's not true. It used to be manual wind in the 60s and 70s, and then in the 90s they used the Zenith El Primero movement for a little while. Matthew, thank you very, very much for the gifted subs. Really, really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Cheers, Matthew. US Army retired. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Defiant Fury. Cheers for the support. Hunter, thank you as well. I'm just waiting here for a minute. The shot was near me. I do think that there's some fucker... They might be toying with me. I hope not. But I'm also thinking that maybe it was more towards the airfield and we might see him running away. But I'm fed up of waiting here now. I'm not going to get pulled in by some other fucking shot. I think we need to just get going. Prague trip this year is in 3 weeks' time, Life. I am going, all being well. Yeah, well, I am going. I've got the flights booked. Is it possible the guy's under the bridge? Not likely, because if there was somebody by the bridge there, that would be close enough to the town to cause zombies to spawn in. Right, I'm going to go back to that radar area. I just want to see what it is. I've never been up here before. Defiant, dude, thank you very much for the support. Thank you. Sorry guys, apologies for the boring watch talk, but the really interesting thing about Zenith is that they went out of business. Like when quartz watches became a thing in the 60s, it was killing watches. Like mechanical watches, as they used to be, were no longer needed. Like there'd been years of development from forever ago making mechanical watches, automatic and manual wind watches with mechanical movements. And when Casio and others introduced quartz watches, they were much more accurate, much more cheap, and nobody thought there'd be any need for any more mechanical watches. And Zenith, who are a really well-known company, have been around since the 1800s. They're kind of on a par with Rolex and Omega and other brands like that. They're a well-known brand, but they were stopping making mechanical watches, and they were only going to make battery-powered ones because that's what the market wanted. They were like, there's no point. Nobody's going to want these mechanical ones anymore because battery-powered ones are cheaper, they're better. So they told the engineers at Zenith to throw it all away, to throw everything away, throw all the tooling away, throw everything that they had away, throw the schematics and everything, just bin them all, because they were going to do only quartz watches. And then not long later, they went bust. And then a little bit later, mechanical watches had a massive resurgency. And Zenith started up again, and they wanted to make watches, but they'd lost all of their plans, and they'd lost all of the tooling, and they'd lost everything they ever knew as a company was gone, because the people that owned the company decided it should all be thrown away. But I think his name was Charles something, Vermont, I think his name was. The most senior engineer at Zenith hid all of the tooling and all of the schematics in the attic of the Zenith company, and then bricked it over. So he hid all of it in the attic and bricked it over. And when they wanted to bring the company back, well, they're like, well, how are we going to start now? We're fucked. And then he went, actually, we're not. I've got it all hidden. And so the company only exists now because one engineer bricked off all of their stuff in the attic and hid it away. And then when they wanted to start up again and then create the watches like they used to, they could do it. But only because of that. So he's like if you buy some of the fancier Zeniths now, you get like information about him, and they're quite keen to push that particular person, Charles Vermont, I think his name was, because he literally stopped them, allowed them to carry on. Right, we're just heading up this hill. I want to get to where these platforms were. They're a little bit like the Tissy platforms. I think we're fairly close now. I'm presuming this is a military base up here. It's not just going to be platforms, but I've never been. I've never been up here. I wouldn't mind having a little look. Yeah, LVMH own quite a few different companies. They also own Hublot. But LVMH are a massive company, right? They own quite a lot. I think they own Tag Heuer. They own, obviously, Louis Vuitton, who make watches, and some of them are actually okay. Not that I would potentially buy one, but they do actually do some okay watches. This is a summer camp. That's not what I was expecting. I'm guessing the platforms are further along the hill and we're not far enough over yet. I think that's true. They might be higher up, actually. I don't even know. And that's why engineers are such hoarders, yeah. I was briefly watching one of those hoarder shows last night. My fuck do those shows depress me. Like, you know, the ones where they've been collecting stuff and they call themselves a collector, but you walk in through the front door and you can't open the front door enough because as you go in it's all like stacked up to the ceiling everywhere. There's like a little corridor. It's like going through a cave and it's their living room. And there's like a little corridor where you can move through the stuff and then it's all piled up. There isn't anywhere to sit. There's nowhere for them to sleep and stuff because they're hoarding. I find those shows so hard. Because they're the same. Oh, fuck. They're always the same. That the person that's got the hoarding issue is like having an absolute fucking meltdown about throwing away one thing. Why do tags lose so much money compared to other Swiss brands? I don't think it's just tag. What something sells for second hand is based on how many people want it, you know, that's the truth. So tag make decent watches, but the reality is they're probably a little bit expensive at retail, some, not all, but some. And when it comes time to sell them, they don't sell very quickly because they're not as popular. Same with brands like Grand Seiko that James mentioned before, you know. Grand Seiko are amazing, but they're not very popular, so you could get a watch from Grand Seiko or tag that's, let's just say it's, just pick a figure, let's say it's £8,000, which would be expensive for a tag, but just pick a random figure. It may well be £8,000 if you bought it new in the shop now, but if you wanted to sell it next year, you'd probably get 4 or 5 for it if you were really lucky. And it's because nobody wants to buy them, you know, like if you bought it in the shop and paid full price, you're fucked if you want to sell it. Like the market, like anything, the market is what determines the value of it in second hand, whether it's a car or a watch or whatever. If it's in demand, it will retain more of its value. If it's a popular car, like retention on cars isn't just random, it's because people want to buy them. I'm not a particular fan of Frank Muller. No, I think they're pretty alright watches. I just don't like the face that they mostly have. I don't like the design personally.
Howdy, folks.
So I was still digesting the water. I think I've got to go up the hill on the far side and look back, haven't I? I was still digesting the water after I'd ran out of having the pill. So I've now got cholera, but I should be able to get shut of it without too many issues. Brad, I don't think anybody on Hatton Garden really does do the best deals, but I'll remember the name. There's normally a premium for anyone based in Hatton Garden because they're in Hatton Garden. Dirty Baby, dude, thank you very much for the resub. Zaza, thank you, Zaza Rossi, thank you for the prime as well. So yeah, I think I've got to get on this hill and look back to this military base just to see if there's anyone around. It's been quiet for the last while, but we've heard the odd shot, and there was lots of people before at the airfield. I just need to assume there's players there, I think, and take it, do the right thing. See the fucking thing. I'm going to have to come up higher, which is putting me closer to other areas that I possibly don't want to be at. I don't think I'm going to be able to see this, am I? Because the trees are all in the way. Like even if I go higher, the trees are still in the foreground, aren't they? I ain't going to see any better being higher. Just trigonometry, innit? I'm just going to go in. Well, I've never been here before, so we'll go and have a quick look. Might loot the tents, just see if we can find a few things. Don't really want to be killing Zeds. Never been here. That's kind of cool. That's a lot of words in the description. Ain't nobody got time for that. Might have been damaged for a while. Plate carrier's head over there. I just thought I'd come here and get up on the roof and use it as a spot to overwatch towards those tents, just to make sure there's nobody there. Seems pretty quiet at the moment, but you never know. There's somebody over there. I'm absolutely fucked. I should be in that building there. I think it would be better. There's a few Zeds milling around. I don't think there's anybody there. Could do with some scaffolding or something here, couldn't it really? No idea what we can find up here. Hopefully some new boots would be good. Some boots that aren't damaged as well. Loads of ACP rounds. Cheers, dude. Matthew, have a good round of golf, dude. Nice, that's pretty good. Probably shouldn't eat it yet. Might just have a little tickle of the beefsteak. 1, 2, 3. We'll just go for 3. I need to try and probably get my hunger and my thirst up a little bit. What is that? That's a commando. Probably better than the AK-101, but I'm going to keep with the AK-101. I say it's probably better. It's modded. It probably isn't better than the 101. And the reason I say that is it's got no handguard and buttstock stuff to attach to it, which usually means that the recoil is higher. It probably isn't. I think I remember using it, and I have a funny feeling it's like a laser, but I don't know. I'm just going to stick with the 101. Oh, and it is smaller, so it would be better for the gun raise. Yeah, absolutely. that's dog shit, isn't it? Pioneer up here. Crossbow. Crowbar. I feel like we're picking up stuff that other players have dropped. Or we're seeing stuff that other players have dropped, maybe. I don't know. I've been calling the crowbar a crossbow for the entire time I've ever played DayZ. For whatever reason, I always say crossbow when I mean crowbar. The Pioneer is not dog shit. It is when you're carrying an SVD and an R700. I think the biggest problem with the Pioneer is that by the time you find one, you don't need one. More often than not, that's the way it is, right? It can be loads of fun, especially with the suppressor. But by the time you can find one with a couple of mags and enough bullets, you've nearly always got something better. A permanent select committee of intelligence regarding construction of Falcon Rock Complex in the Bitterroot Valley of Montana. In recent months, design teams have decided a multi-layered security protocol was necessary. Blast doors on floors 2 and 4 ensure appropriate security clearance is required to gain access. In the event of a nuclear blast, the 3-foot thick, like I think that's telling us what someone was saying the other day. You might have to use the punch card more than once. So if your punch card is badly damaged, oh, I've forgotten I shot that one. You can only go through one door and then the punch card is ruined. So you need like ideally a pristine punch card, then it goes to worn, then badly damaged, then badly damaged, so you can open up the 3 doors. So I think that I didn't really read it fully, but it's basically saying what somebody was saying in the chat yesterday. Liquid, I think it was. You need a good condition punch card, otherwise you've got to get 2. I wonder if those 2 players came here, you know. I feel like they may have done. Someone's been here fairly recently. Really wants me to have an SG5, doesn't it? I liked a plate carrier pouch. That would have been good. Certainly the place to come for an SG, isn't it? Fuck me. How many years has TheRunningManZ been playing this game? My first video for YouTube was on July the 29th, 2014. So quite a while. What's your opinion on the Amiga Seamaster 300? Considering it's for my wedding watch, probably going to do the blue dial. Arctic, I think it's great. It's great. If you're wanting something that's more sporty and like waterproof, you can take it and swim with it and use it every day and wear it forever, then it's a great choice, yeah. If you're wanting it as a wedding watch, you're probably going to want to buy it new, I guess. You know, nobody wants a second-hand watch. Maybe it could be something borrowed, I guess, but something borrowed and something blue. I think that's the lady that's meant to do that, but the only thing with the Seamaster 300 is it is cheaper substantially if you buy it 6 months old, you know. So if you can get a really good example on the secondary market, buy from a reputable dealer, don't buy from a private buy from a reputable dealer that's like if you're in America, for example, somewhere like Watchbox or 1916 company they're called now, 1916. But buy from a reputable dealer, and you'll save yourself quite a lot of money, at least 25% on the new price. I'd have thought, probably more than that, 30% ish. But yeah, it's great. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Have a come and look at one of
Thank
these.
you for keeping me entertained.
What's your opinion on Hashima? It's an absolutely stunning map. Like the verticality and like that you can be going a direction and there's 3 different levels you could be going at: underground, middle ground, on the ground, or like above, like parkouring your way there, you know. Hashima's amazing. The only problem is it runs like an absolute bitch. I don't know if it's improved a lot. Somebody was saying the other day that it's running better now than it was, so I maybe should give Hashima another try, but it is a bit of a pig to run. Even with a beast PC. But yeah, by all accounts, it's meant to be running a bit better, like you've just said, Redline. So we'll maybe have to give that another try. You could consider checking your phone, Drunken. I think that's a very negative approach, right? The dude was saying it was going to be his wedding watch, right? So, sorry, obviously I'm not saying everyone should rush out and buy an Amiga Seamaster, by the way. Like, not at all, but let's just say in 30 years' time, the dude's still happily married and he didn't have a wedding watch and just used his phone to check the time or whatever and was fine with that. No problem. Nothing wrong with that. No deal. But in 30 years' time, assuming they change their phone every 3 years, they'll be on their 10th different phone by then. Well, probably in 30 years, you won't even need a phone. It'll just be Elon Musk beaming 4D images into your brain skull. That's a scientific term, by the way. That might not make entire sense, but nonetheless, you get my point, right? In 30 years' time, you'll have had 10 different phones if you changed it every 3 years. The phone you had when you got married, you'll have thrown away. But if you had the watch and you wore it every day, you might have had to have it serviced 3 times, but you'll have had that thing on your wrist that told you the time, that was there with you when you got married. Chances are it was there with you when your kids got born. It was there on your honeymoon. It was there when your kids went off to university. It was there with you through all of those things. And whether it's just me or not, but you can actually build up a bit of an attachment to something like that's with you. And even in 30 years' time, it will still look right on your wrist because it's old-fashioned technology now. You know, it still will be in 30 years' time. You could actually wear it for that whole time, and it would, in 30 years' time, be worth a bit more money than you paid for it, you know? How much do you think your iPhone fucking 16 will be worth when they're onto the iPhone 42? You know, there is something more to an item like that can become an heirloom that maybe you might leave to your firstborn kid or whatever, you know? Like, it's nice to have something like that. And it's not just about checking the time or showing off. You can get a cheaper Rolex. There's some Rolex for like 3k. That doesn't make it better, Sco. People get obsessed with Rolex. I think Rolex are great watches, by the way. I'm not a hater. But you can't get a Rolex sub for 3k, which is their equivalent to the Amiga Seamaster. You can't. You might be able to get like a 1980s Datejust 36mm or something for 3k, and that's great, you know, it looks great, it'll look like a nice watch, but you won't be able to go swimming with it. It might get magnetised, it'll need servicing more often, it won't be as reliable. You won't be able to take it on your honeymoon and swim with it and go out for the night with it and not worry about it, you know, it'll need babying. Oh, I could actually get a slightly better view from up here. long does it take for the zombies to despawn if I'm away from there now? You know, like that guy logged out and the zombies just vanished. You know, how long until the zombies go now? Does that mean that there's another player nearby or what? There probably isn't anybody else, but I'm beyond the point now where I would cause those zombies to spawn in. Good Munda, thank you very much for the membership. Appreciate it. Matt AF, Ruger, thank you very much as well. Dirt Baby, Zaza, thank you very much too. Who else have we got there? Oh, Just D Orange. Thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. But the Zeds are still there. I don't know. I presume they're still there because I've just ran out of the bubble of them. I don't know. That one's moonwalking but forwards. Have a look, see what's up this way. Never been up here. Looks like some kind of fort thing. I've never had Canadian whiskey, dude. I never had it. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it's not very commonly sold if you go to a shop in the UK. Do you think there was a guy at the back, Tacticai? I'll go and have a look. What are your thoughts on Armored DayZ Reforged? I've not played it, Alufo. I've not played it. It's probably a good way to have a look at the new engine that they're using for Armour Reforger, but normally it's not the best experience in DayZ. I've not tried it, but as a rule, the more simulatory versions of DayZ are not quite so good for survival.
In fact, lazy, mostly off or lurking applying for mod. Hey guys.
Hey Rygar, cheers for the support, dude. Oh, there is a guy there. That's the dude that went AF. That looks like the same backpack from the dude that logged out in the ATC. That looks like the same fucker. He had a big red mountain bag, didn't he? I'm never going to get the range right, and unfortunately we've got previous with this dude. We know he's going to fucking run. Now, surely he's coming around to go in the base. No, he's not. I'm going to get killed from behind. It's all well and good this fucker waving. We've already seen him. If it's assuming it's the same guy, we've already seen him fucking log out. He deserves to be dead. Maybe a different player, but it looks like the same one. I'd like to know why he didn't actually go to the base, though. I'd like to know I have my suspicions. I could be wrong, but why come up the hill and then not go to the melee base? Because we know he didn't go there. The zombies I killed have despawned, so why didn't he go to the base? He's ran all the way up from the airfield, assuming it's the same dude. Got his way towards the military base, and then been seen by me, and then chosen not to loot it and run away. They were pretty tough shots, unfortunately. And he could just have gone over the hill now and far away. I've no idea where the fucker's gone. Probably just gone over the lip of the hill. I can't see anything about him then, can I? You're camping it. What are you talking about? I'm camping it. I'm not camping anything. You think you'll play Sakal? Well, boy, I played a lot of Sakal when it came to experimental. I'll probably be back on it again at some point, yeah. I think it's a tough sell to say I'm camping it, Stushy. I just fucking looted it, ran up the hill, and then overwatched it. I don't know what your definition of camping is, but if it's looting a military base and then going up the hill to look back at it, that's not mine. Combat log guy had a green backpack. Yeah, you might be right. It was a mountain, but yeah, you may well be right. So different dude then. Still surprising that he didn't. I think you're right. I think it was green, but yeah, why didn't he? Why did he just brush past the wall and not go in the fucking place? I'm going to struggle here. I can't get my... This is dirty water as well. I can't get my hydration high enough to immune system the illness away. Still a few Zeds down there. I don't know if I should be going in here after just shooting. I have been here before. I think I died here. I think I have been here before. I think I got in that middle thing, and then, maybe I haven't. I could be wrong. I think there's a well here as well. Doesn't matter though, because whether I drink the dirty water or clean water, I've got to drink it incredibly slowly. These yellow tents though, they could give us some tetracycline. There was tetracycline before at the last... at the airfield, there was tetracycline there. A saline would give me a bit more hydration without making me sick, but probably not enough. I'm going to do it. It will get me back to white, I would suspect. That feels like the same fucking dude that I was just shooting at to me, but it probably isn't. Tomahawk, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers for the support. Rygar, thank you. Justy, thank you very much as well. Putting out my second stuff. Not exactly sure where that shot was, but it was somewhere over here, I think. Glitchy as fuck at the moment. Still zombies down there. Maybe I should have that. No, I'll have that. Herbal, people in the chat aren't going to answer you as to what server I'm in, dude. It's not really something the streamer wants to advertise while being in the server. It's kind of not good. So the map is Bitterroot, but we don't tend to advertise my individual server. Starline and Jonas, thank you very much for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I got the chlorine tablets, but they won't make any difference in this water because I've already got cholera. I can't get it twice, so there's nothing to worry about. As far as the hydration goes, I can drink the water that's dirty and it can't give me cholera twice anyway. I'm going to stay in here for a minute. I just need to try and manage my health a bit. I've got to try and get this food into me without throwing up. Now, in theory, with the bug at the moment, I could just eat it. But if you want to play it right, like if they fix the bug that there is with throwing up right now, what you have to do is eat a little bit, wait for the arrow to stop going up, then eat a little bit more. Into your chances of getting rid, though. I don't think it does, McLean. I don't think it stacks like that. Like, you've already got cholera. I don't think it makes any difference. Like, I need to get my hydration way higher than I have it right now. I don't think it will make any difference. Why am I holding shotgun shells? Yeah, I don't really need those. You shouldn't get any ads if you've got YouTube Premium, Strawberry. You'd need to take that up with YouTube. That just doesn't make sense. Is there an electrical repair kit on the balcony? I think it was a tyre repair kit. Yeah, tyre repair kit. No Zeds anymore. They must be running towards wherever the dude is. The fuck did he go? Lost the dude. I've lost the line on him. Yeah, I don't know how I did that. Fuck did the other guy go? So there's actually legit fights going on then. He's fallen back. I think the dude was in front of him, right? I think I've got to get out of here before I get stuck in here. I shouldn't have lost the position on the guy. And when I fight, I think it was a little bit under 400. Fine for knocking him uncon. But I couldn't work out where my other bullet went. It went above the dead body. I did shoot low on the... I shot low on the uncon player, but not low enough. He had a red armband on, so there may well be others. This view is terrible, actually. It's not what I was hoping for. Alright, this is no good. I'm going to go around the other side. That wasn't a kill. I only knocked him uncon, and then his buddy did it. But whoever... Sorry, not his buddy. His other enemy did it. But whoever did that knows that I was up here. Probably knows I'm in the tower, so... They're not going to go and loot that dead body. They're going to come looking for me, you'd expect. That dude must have had a decent vest on, because this Creedmoor round with this gun is powerful, and they only went uncon, so it must have... And we're still running afterwards as well, so maybe it's not as powerful as I thought. T-Sweet, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Arctic Exile, thank you for the prime. Oh, this is not good. They might actually think I was on these rocks and not on the thing. That's where the dead dude is. I've no idea where the other player is.
Have a great day. Take these Bezos bucks.
I'm fed up of being sick. Oh my god, where the fuck was he? Oh my fuck, that scared the piss out of me. Fair play to that dude. I think he was behind me. I think he was coming up from behind. Fuck, that scared the piss out of me. I didn't hear the steps. I didn't hear the steps. If you heard them, fair play. I just didn't hear them. Oh, well, that was a fun life. It's a shame it ended as it did, but it was a fun life nonetheless. I think he'd come up towards where I was. I did have a worry about that. Like, it wasn't the ideal solution, but I don't know. It is what it is. You know what? I think we might just switch to a different map now. I think that's... I enjoyed that run a lot, but I think that life was good enough for Bitterroot for today. I'm going to do Bitterroot again another day, but I think I might do Namalsk. I haven't done Namalsk for a few days. I quite fancy that. But while I... well, not while I do it, but just before I switch maps, I'm just going to go make another cup of tea because I let this one go stone fucking cold.
Anyway.
So I'm going to be back in a sec. Won't be long. Right, I'm back. I'm just thinking actually might do Deer Isle. So I promised them out, and there's probably people going, hey, hey, but while I've been away, I'll be like, well, maybe I should do Deer Isle. I might do that. I don't want to listen to the howling snow. Probably the mods have already changed the titles of the streams as well, so apologies if you have. It'll be wrong now. Yeah, I don't really want to do the howling wind, and also I'm intending, all being well, to do probably 8 to 10 hours tomorrow, closer to the 12-hour stream that I used to do. I'm not sure exactly, but if I start an adventure today, I might be able to carry it on tomorrow. You never know. Shrew, thank you for the 18 months. Marty, thank you for the bits as well. Photography, thank you for the 14 months. Springoin, Unsalted, Sea Sweet, thank you as well. Alright, come on then, let me in. I managed to send an email while I was gone as well, regarding the HMRC letter that's gone to the wrong address. You won't remember it if you weren't here at the time, but anyway, somebody knocked on my door. I couldn't believe it. Bit of a worry though. My accountant sent the wrong address to my to HMRC, so it's possible my tax letter might get sent there as well. HMRC letters are just the worst. Well, thankfully, all it is my tax code for the next year, which is no big deal. My tax code isn't going to change. Just maximum. We'll have maximum, please. That's my tax code. You get nothing. My tax code is what Willy Wonka says to Charlie. You get nothing. You drank fizzy lifting drinks. You get nothing, sir. That's what HMR say to me. Anyway, I'm very, very pleased to be in that position. A bit of a worry that because the next letter in July, you have to pay your 6 monthly tax. So I have got a tax bill to pay in July, and they'll send me that letter this month sometime. So I need it to actually come to the correct address. HMRC is His Majesty's tax cunts. I can't remember what it stands for. I really shouldn't say that word. Revenue and Customs. Yeah, that's it. I've probably just cost myself all my ad revenue from today on YouTube now. I said runts, okay? At YouTube, don't catch that. I think the C word is an automatic no ads day if you say that. So that was a bomb I didn't want to drop. You pay taxes twice a year. Count how it works. You don't have to, but you do if you're sensible. So I believe what I do is this, right? So I pay everything that I owe in January, and then in July I make a payment on account, which is meant to cover next year. And if you're at all sensible, that's what you should do. Because at some point you're going to stop. Whatever business you have, at some point you're going to stop. And what you don't want is a massive tax bill the year after you've stopped, right? So I tend to pay what I owe in January, and then most of what I should pay next year in July. And then in January, what I actually end up paying is the difference between what I thought I'd have to pay last year and what I actually did have to pay, if that makes sense. You make a payment on account is how they call it. I don't worry about all the numbers. The accountant does that bit Fortunately, they seem to have got my address wrong, which is not ideal. The big city. I guess we'll just go down this way for now. Where's the castle? It's over there. Oh, let's just risk the castle. Fuck it. If you're doing the quest, this server wipes on Tuesday. Right, so get it done today and tomorrow is what you're saying. Unrelated question. I was just curious. Do you have a set stream schedule? I try to, Mikey. I'm not always 100% on it, but in theory, the streams are Sunday to Thursday, and I usually start around lunchtime UK. So Sunday to Thursday, that rough time start. Different lengths, different days. But this week, I'm on Tuesday. I've got something to do Tuesday evening, so I'm going to have to start early, or there'll be no stream. So I've not quite worked that out yet. But as a rule, Sunday to Thursday. All being well. Never come up from this way. Do I prefer official servers or community servers? I prefer community servers, dude. It's just a slightly safer experience, slightly fewer cheats. Obviously, I like the official game. I like vanilla DayZ. My favourite servers are either lightly modded or no modded, but it feels slightly safer when you're on a community server in terms of the amount of cheaters. I do think that the cheating has got a little bit better lately. I think there are still cheats on official, but I don't think it's as bad as it was not so long ago. I feel like you can run around with a DMR, and if you get one or whatever, and you're less likely to... There was a time not long ago, maybe a year ago, if you had like the best gun in the game, somebody joined the server that had cheats, could see what you had, and then you lost it real quick, you know? I feel like it's not as common now as it was. What's my favourite gun to have? Not the ones I just lost. I don't know. My favourite gun in the game is the Blaze, but I don't really care what gun I have, to be honest. Like whatever I've got with bullets for is good. Could you sign yourself up to Jimmy Carr's course? I'd rather not, dude. Tax evasion or tax avoidance. Sorry, tax evasion. I always forget the two terms, but what he did is a little bit obscure, right? Like, he had to pay a lot of money back. That's not for me. I'd rather not be worried I'm going to get caught. When was the last time I had the Gauss rifle? Years ago. I can never be bothered to go to... Yeah, I can never be bothered to go to Lantier. I've done it a couple of years back and I've not really tried since. Yeah, I follow a dude that streams Warzone quite a lot, and he's quite often talking about how bad the cheats are. You play a ranked game, he just seems to bump into cheats every round. The Gauss rifle is in the mouse, but some servers have taken it off, Borf. It's on a server-by-server basis. Hey, thank you for the membership. Cheers for the support, dude. Cheers for becoming a member. Thank you. I don't think tax avoidance is always legal, Big Lulu. It's just not the same as evasion. I think you can end up paying some tax back. Avoiding tax is not the same, like avoiding tax with loopholes and things maybe, but I don't think it's necessarily legal. Otherwise Jimmy Carr wouldn't have had to pay it back. If he was evading tax, he would have possibly got criminal sentences and stuff rather than a slap on the wrist and having to pay money back. Well, this is good, isn't it? Look at all this loot. I don't know what to do with the loot. Maybe it is legal, but he had to pay. Because I've seen an interview with Jimmy Carr where he was saying what he was doing was avoidance and not evasion. So he got a slap on the wrist and had to pay stuff back. But if he'd have been evading, it could have been more criminal. Clay, thanks again, dude. Cheers for the member. This castle is normally pretty crap. Since the spawns changed. Like I just spawned next to the castle, didn't I? So you can literally run here as a new spawn. So when you used to spawn on Deer Isle at the spawn island, this castle used to quite often have tundras and mosins and scopes and bullets. But now you're lucky if you get possibly a scope. But I want to run the other side of it, so we might as well check it and see. But occasionally you can get like a scope here or something, and that's about it. But it's not as good as it once it was. But it's changed loot. The values, the tiering has changed because you can spawn right next to it. Gauss rifle should spawn on rooftops in Vorkuta. It would be interesting to play on a server that did that, wouldn't it? Gauss rifle, Gauss goodness. Everyone gets a Gauss rifle. PvP, yeah, that'd be interesting. Right, I'm not going to do the other side of the castle through there. I'm going to do this tower here, and then I'm going to give up. Gurkify, thank you very much for the follow on YouTube as well. Cheers for tuning in. Thank you. If you're watching on YouTube, don't forget to hit the like button. It'll make you feel better for the rest of the day. Safe in the knowledge you've helped your YouTube streamer grow their EP.
Hope all is good, bro.
Goodness Gaussus. I like that. Kevy, hope all is good with you. Thank you for coming in. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Right. We need to get this way. Need to get ourselves to the well. Let's go. Ooh, hot. Gave it a thumbs down. That'll do. That'll do. Thank you. Yeah, I like that as well. That's true. The hat on the zombie just as we left was the best loot in the castle. Oh, shit. Boogity, 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 boogity. I don't know why he didn't want to stop for a chat. Just liked your stream and already feel better about the day. I told you. It will make you feel better. It's a bit like when you take that winter coat out. You take your winter coat out, you know, it's getting to the autumn. You're like, oh, I better get my winter coat out now. It's time to switch. Summer jacket's going back in the cupboard. I'll get it out the wardrobe. I'm going to get the winter coat out, ready for now. It's getting cold, right? And then you put it on the first time, put your hand in the inside pocket, and there's a fiver in there, you know. It's like that. It gives you the exact same feeling, you know. That time you reach for the remote control down the side of the sofa and find $1 or £1 or whatever. It's exactly like that. You hit the like button, you instantly feel like you've just found some money. And that's a fact. This is normally pretty shit for loot. Oh, there's a fucking dude here as well. Is that the same guy? I'm going to the well even if the fucker kills me. Not the same guy. Hello. 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 The chatty motherfucker, isn't he? Yeah, about the same amount as loot as usual in here, it seems. I think we're just going to go to the well and then fuck off. Macy, cheers for the 27 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. My missus did a few hours ago. Unfortunately, all she found in the pocket was dog poo bags. Oh. I think you mean we hit the like button and you feel like you found money. Fun. Well, I don't get paid for likes as such, but I think it helps the stream grow a little bit. So I guess in a backwards kind of way, yeah, I suppose so. But I don't think I've never seen a correlation myself, but I think it helps the stream visibility, which in theory helps the chance to get new viewers in YouTube's algorithm, I suppose. Yeah. Is Day One still active? Yep. I've seen the movie Paul, the one with the little alien in it. I haven't seen it for a long time, though. Hi, Jay. Hope you're well. Oh, stomach is full. Don't know how long. Let's go this way. Ooh. Shots. Give gun. Oh, a head torch. Perfect. I'd rather find the head torch and no battery than a blaze with a scope and bullets, to be honest. Better, innit? Alright, I'm fuck this. That other guy has looted all of this, hasn't he? Let's just fuck off. Let's go. Did you just say likes don't matter? No, I didn't, Aeon. What somebody was suggesting that likes make me money, but it was just, I was kind of explaining the fact that it's a touch more complex than that. But in theory, the likes of a stream while I'm streaming help the visibility of the stream, but I don't know how much that is actually true or not. Nobody does, because I don't think even Google knows what the YouTube algorithm is, you know. I think the YouTube algorithm just makes its own mind up any given day, you know, like, it's hard to say. Hi Ashley, hope you're good. Hi Buzzy, hope you're good. And yeah, I am from England, yeah. I think we want to go a bit more this way. I a little bit missed the spawns as they were. Yeah, I think I preferred spawning at the at the spawn island. I think it probably does make sense now that you do this, because you can actually travel to the spawn island and there's some reasonable loot there. But I feel like it struggled a lot when you were spawning on the spawn island until they got different bridges and different routes away, and it made it more varied. But I kind of think I preferred it there than now. But it did make it a lot easier to get to Alcatraz, perhaps, and maybe it makes more sense now. It probably does. I think partly it's because you used to spawn on the spawn island, and now you probably spend 2 hours looting to end up at Camp Bear, you know? So it feels a bit like you've just shot yourself in the foot compared to how it used to be. You spend all this time looting up, and if you're going to Alcatraz, you might end up going towards Camp Bear perhaps first, and you end up heading back to what felt like entry places, so maybe that's partly why. It's just like more... I don't know, it's a bit like if they spawned you off in the sea somewhere on Chernerus and it took you 2 hours to get to Electro, whereas you used to spawn there, you know. It feels a little bit like that. Raoul Edmund, thank you very much for the memberships. Cheers for the support, appreciate it. Cheers for the gifted member innings. Raoul, thank you. Anto and Macy, thank you for the resubs too. I think we're just going to go off and check these summer camps for now. I'm going to need some more food. We'll have to loot the town behind us and to the right, but I think we're going to be doing the right thing. Likes give YouTube an idea of where people are watching from. I don't think that makes much difference to I don't know if it does really. Like, hey, and I think people like YouTube knows where your account is from when you set your YouTube account up, don't they? You know, they probably already have that info. I don't think like when somebody when my say I get 100,000 views on a video, YouTube knows where each one of those views comes from without you liking the stream. I don't think that's true. Like, I can get a breakdown that says that my audience is 28.2% USA, and it's nothing to do with like ratios. They have that because they know where every account is from because you created the account. And I would also imagine it's something to do with IPs as well, I would have thought. But they can do geographical breakdowns of your entire channel, and it's nothing to do with likes. I think the likes and comments have always had an impact on how visible the video is, but for the most part I think it's more to do with watch time, how long people stay for, like especially on a stream. If somebody joins the stream and they watch it for half an hour, but somebody else joins a different stream and they only watch it on average for 6 minutes or whatever, they're more likely to recommend a different stream to someone, you know. My hat is making me too hot. Yeah, I've just got too much loot, haven't I? I've got too much loot. My shirt and my trousers and my hat, it's just too much. There is a quest on Bitterroot, Man Ransom. Yeah, there's a keycard quest. There's a gas zone area that you can do with a full NBC suit, but there's 5 missile silos that contain keycards, and then there's an underground base where you can use the keycards. Yeah, if you're getting likes, it's more of a an appreciation for the content. It used to matter so much, likes and comments back in the day. If your video got more likes, it would get more views, but nowadays it matters a lot less. I think it's still involved in the algorithm, but in a much smaller way. Well, there is a need to like the video, Embryona, but not for YouTube to know where you're from. I think liking the video still helps the creator. it might be less of a big deal now than it was years ago, but I think it still helps. Oh, I thought that was a police zombie. I could do with food, but I don't really want to deal with 4 zombies. 5 zombies. Oh, there's a lot there. There's another 2 in the trees. And another 3 this way. Fuck me, there's a lot of Zeds. Your food and water goes down faster if you're on. No shit, Sherlock. But you get where you want to go quicker. I quite like getting where I want to go quicker. Sorry for the sarcasm, Alex, but whilst I do forget things in DayZ, it's kind of a fairly known thing, I guess. It's a bit like going up to a golfer and a golfer and saying, if you hit the ball harder, it'll go further. It's a bit, yeah. But yeah, if you're running, you are burning calories quite a lot quicker, but people that play the game a lot tend to just run about, you know, because it doesn't matter if you start starving. The map, if you know the map quite well, you're going to be able to go to the next place and the next place and so on. I know there's a well here, for example, so I'm not too worried about hydration, but if you know the map well, it doesn't matter if you starve for a brief while. You can find the next town, and one of these zombies, chances are, will probably have some food as well, but I did die on Bitterroot, unfortunately. Yeah, it was a good run, though. It might make a video. I'm glad that didn't have any food on it, because it fell in between the gap there, and no bueno. God, they're bright red, aren't they? I thought something had flown over me for a second. It's the Spooky Dokies. Raoul, thank you again. Cheers for the gifted member innings. Cheers, Burnt Ham. Cheers for the super chat. Appreciate it. Hope you have a good day yourself, dude. Thank you. I'll do my best. I think that's true. If you know the map, that's true, Gorf. That's kind of the point, isn't it? Like, yes, if you're wanting to go from point A to point B and you're worried about food, if you jog, you'll burn less calories. But if you know what you're doing, you can get where you're going quicker and then find more food more quickly. So you can start eating it quicker as well, you know. But the dude said on YouTube he was joking anyway, so it's all good. Yeah, there's quite common tool face that the military base areas and the military. It's a bit like the even Chernerus. There are less wells, and there's much less food when you're around the airfield or Tissy and whatnot. You have to put a bit more effort in. You know, like that's normally quite a common thing, isn't it? But yeah, Paris Island, same deal. There's no wells. It can be a real thing on, like, if you're going to, say, the temple to try and do the full quest, you really need a cooking pot full of water because you ain't going to get any water while you're out there.
Did you know that in golf, if you hit the ball harder, it will go further? Can't say you don't learn something new every day.
Is it me, or did a water bottle appear just for a split second then when I opened my inventory? Well, that appeared. I don't know why I'm not taking these things. Ananab, thank you. I'm getting all sorts of cool golf stuff because I go on Instagram to have a look at watch stuff, and Instagram thinks I'm some kind of golfist now, so I keep getting recommended videos of golfists. Yeah,
Gotta remember to use this more.
I think I remember actually. It's not just that. It's fucking Bryson DeChambeau's fault. I was blaming Speed Golf Rob, but it's not. It's Bryson DeChambeau. He was doing that thing where he was hitting the golf ball over his house, and I found that really fun. So I subscribed to Bryson DeChambeau to watch him get a hole-in-one over his house. And then then it recommended me Speed Golf Rob, and I started watching that. And so now Instagram thinks I'm a golfist. So basically Bryson DeChambeau owes me money because he's ruined my Instagram. I'm going to sue him. Stop making entertaining stuff for even people that aren't golfists. You've ruined my Instagram. I wish I was watching the Grand Prix. How's it going? Is Piastri still leading? McLaren 1-2? Is golfist actually a word? Yes. Tiger Woods, right? When he won his 11th Masters, he went up and accepted his golden jacket and said, "I'm the best golfist, I am. Jack Nicklaus, you ain't got shit." No, it's not a word. Yeah, I am mad. I'm not mad, dude. It's called shooting the shit while you're streaming. Don't confuse everything I say with me being mad or otherwise. You know, this just in. Sometimes streamers talk about things because they stream 40 hours a week and need to talk about things. It's also the British way, dude. Like, that's what we do. Like, now this might be a little bit, I don't know, pigeonholey, but in general, Americans are a lot more positive and a lot more upbeat. You know, like USA, USA. Like they're normally a lot more upbeat and a lot more engaged or excited about things that Brits would normally just be like really passé and fucking pedantically like just put themselves down and be sarcastic and moan. It's just like what we're good at, dude. We've lived on a shitty island for thousands of years, and we're used to getting rained on and shat on and crapped on. We just moan all the time. That's what we do, okay? That's our thing. It makes us feel better. It makes us feel alive. Brandon, we don't do politics, dude. I'm not going to start talking about anything political. It's not for me, dude. HB doesn't moan. Yes, he does. Just not as much. Matt Shadow, thank you for the 27 months. Nuri, thank you for the 4 months. Tommy, thank you as well. Come to Brazil. It's a long way, isn't it? I wouldn't mind going to Brazil. I don't know. I wouldn't even know where to start. I only really know Rio. It's like such a massive country, but I don't really know much about it. The Amazon's in there a bit. There's a lot of rainforest, but I don't really know anything about Brazil other than Rio, which is crazy, really. It's such a big place. I'm not even going to click it, Pinkster. I'm a reformed character. I'm reformed, I am. I was tempted, but I can't be bothered. Whiskey, yeah, I'm not going to read that out, but that's your typical line. Arnold Schwarzenegger loves Rio, does he? Well, this loot route has been really productive so far, hasn't it? Oh, look, we got a knife. That's good. Now if we find food, we can open the fucker. Someone's dropped that shirt there. It's like... it's wet, so someone's left it. Population of over 210 million, you never hear from them. You do, Robert. There's something at one or two countries, but Brazil is the main one. Anyone that's a regular viewer, or you'll see this, but Brazil, more than any other country, when you get somebody watching from Brazil, they're much more likely to tell you. Like, you'll get a hello from Brazil. I get that from Brazil more than any other country, I would say. Like, I think people are really eager to let you know. When they're from Brazil, they're really eager to, I don't know, proud of where they're from and wanting to say it. More so than nearly every other country for some reason. Brazilians are a bit like people that just bought crypto, or vegans or something, or gluten intolerant twats like me, you know. They're sure to tell you. It's like one of those things. Hello from your basement, dude. You're sleeping with the fishes. Fuck me. On the subject of... it's a good job I don't have a basement. It would have been full with water. So, when I moved into the house, I got a washer-dryer because I'm lazy. So, this is not... it's not an exciting story, this, but just be warned, right? Be warned that noobs can cause damage to their own house. Last time I used the washer-dryer, there was quite a bit of fluff in it, right? So I had a little bit of a read-up and I made sure I was doing the right thing. So I put it through a self-cleaning cycle. And then I just quickly dried out the drum. Because when you use a washer-dryer, when it dries, you can get quite a lot of fluff and lint off some of your clothes. And it sort of sticks in the drum. It can stick in the door, like the rubber seal around your doorway. It can stick there. And so I sort of tidied that all up, cleared it out. I don't know why I did that. And I also took the filter off because washer dryers have a little filter, and you have to remove all the sort of fluff and lint or whatever else from that. You should do that regularly. So I did it. I did that in the week last time I used the dryer, and I was I think I was on the phone, or I don't know what. But when I put it back, I wasn't entirely focused on what I was doing. Anyway, I put it back, and yesterday morning I put my sheets in the washing machine and put them on. And I put them on. It was about 7:30 in the morning. I was up relatively early. I put the sheets on, and then I was making a cup of coffee, and I turned around and went to go to the fridge freezer. I thought, why is my foot so cold? I looked down, and there was fucking water pissing out of the front of the washing machine all over the floor. Thankfully, I was quite close to it, and I managed to turn it off straight away. Realise what I'd done, and realise what I'd done, and somewhat ironically, the thing that I'd washed last was the towels that I'd used to mop up the water. When the guy had burst my radiator pipe, I used 3 towels to mop up the water, and so because I'd used those, I put them in the washing machine the other day, and then that was what prompted me to clean the filter, and then I had to get the 3 clean towels and use them to mop up the fucking water that I'd spilled. So those towels so far, they're new towels. They've been washed. This will be the second wash, and they've only been washed so far because I keep having to stop the floods. Fucking useless. Anyway, thankfully crisis was averted and it didn't cause any damage to anything because I caught it quickly and it didn't get under all the worktops and start soaking up into the kitchen cabinets and stuff like that. So I think it's not really been a big deal. It's so like that's the second flood I've had. I've only been in the house 2 months. I think if my insurance company's listening, they ain't going to insure me next year. I'm just too much of a risk. How is your doggy doing? Duke, I actually saw him yesterday, but I'm no longer live with the dog, but I did see the dog yesterday. He's alright. He got excited and weed on my shoe. But yeah, the dog's doing okay. Should consider letting your butler do the washing from now on, yeah. Verstappen P10 after a 10-second penalty. Good. So what's the positions right now? I presume it's Piastri 1, Norris 2. Where's Hamilton? Leclerc 3, so he's overtaken Hamilton. I like Leclerc, but obviously I want Hamilton to do well. Oh no, I don't want that. This guy's just got junk. Verstappen issued a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. Well, it's not the first time he's done that, is he? Verstappen has this unique driving style that everyone loves. It's called just go up the inside as quick as you fucking can, and if you hit him, you hit him. He is the best driver in the field right now. There's no denying that. And someone's going to be annoyed at me saying that, but he is. He's a bit of a loose cannon in a bend. I already have a belt, I suppose. I don't know. Maybe I could just, I'll make the rope belt anyway. Jack, you've done it, have you? Well, make sure you screw it in properly. You don't want to fuck that up. Trust me. This dude was worthy.
I found a wooden shoe in my toilet today. It was clogged. TRMZ.
Oh, God. Verstappen should have been disqualified. It was disgusting behaviour. Ooh. Well, there'll be some Verstappen fans not liking that. They'll be like, no, it's just a bit of racing. He got unfairly penalised. Tribalism is about to happen. You wait. Ryu, thank you very much. I think my arteries are a bit clogged. Need to get back on the health grind. Ryu, Rob, thank you for the new sub. Cheers for the support as well, dude. Really appreciate it. Lizzie, thank you for the 31 Sevelty. Thank you for the super chat. Hello from Romania, but paying taxes in the UK. Dude, well, thanks for coming in. Oh, no. I've really fucked that up. I might have just lost the loot that was in my jacket. I don't think it was much, but that's annoying. I don't even know what was in there, but I feel like I've lost something there. I've lost the bones. I think that's it though, so it's not the end. We'll just go on. How many hours do you got in this game? Lots. 20k or something like that. I'm kind of hoping we'll find some food. So, did Norris never have a look in at getting past Piastri then? They're very close in the title, but the way it's looking, it looks like... I know Monaco was a bit better for Norris, but it looks like Piastri's got the edge over Norris now, doesn't it? Ronaldo playing in the World Cup, maybe. He shouldn't have been playing in the last Euros. He's just not good enough anymore. Sorry if you're a Ronaldo fan. There's no doubt he's one of the best players to ever play football, but he's not the same anymore, and I think it hurt Portugal last time. I don't know how he's doing in the Saudi League and whatnot, but he shouldn't be playing for Portugal anymore. The only reason he is because he's trying to score more goals and break records. It's all about personal achievement. I don't think he's quite good enough anymore to be starting international matches.
4 to 3 years. Cheers.
Get sniper rifle. Coffee. Dude, what a good idea. I'll do that now you've said it. I was just looking for a sporter, but I'll have a look for a sniper rifle. Yeah, there's talk he's going to leave the Saudi League, but like at the age he's at, like he wasn't really cutting it at Man U. He fell out with Tempeg. However, maybe Ronaldo was right. You know, maybe Ronaldo was in the right in that particular scenario. But nonetheless, where's he going to go? You know, like what? I don't think he can be in the Premier League anymore. I think he should go to America Land or something if he's going to carry on playing. I don't think he... I think it would be a bit of a mistake if he ended up... Maybe the Italian League, perhaps. A slightly slower league, but he shouldn't be in the Premier League, I don't think. Oh, pickles. He will only play for a club that's in the Club World Cup. Fucking hell. I don't even understand what the fucking big deal is about the Club World Cup. I should think PSG will be quite high up in terms of favourites to win it. Like, I can't work out how the teams are... I think it's European coefficient, isn't it? Like, Bayern Munich are in it, but they haven't won the Champions League in ages. But they're in the Club World Cup, I guess because they're ranked high enough. I don't know what other teams are in it from Europe, so I presume Real Madrid and Barcelona are in it. I don't know if... Man City in it as well? I think they are, aren't they? I've no idea what teams are in it. I'm glad Liverpool aren't in it, though, because I think it's a... I guess if you win it, you get a lot of money, but it's not great, is it, to be off doing that? I think it'd be better to be focusing on next season and players and such like plans for next year and having a holiday and whatnot. Because next summer there'll be another tournament, you know, like next summer there's a World Cup, right? So there's no downtime. Chelsea are in it, are they? Fuck me. I don't honestly know who's in it and who's not. I just couldn't give a shit. What's your problem? Ow. Oh, I knew he was being fucking behind me, but now I'm bleeding. 2 bleeds. What? He's fucking broke my leg with a hoe! What the fuck? I guess I just fell, but how the fuck did that hoe hit me in the leg? Oh, well, that sucks. I haven't lost a great deal. I've lost the time, but I didn't have any loot, did I? So it makes sense that I was injured, but what I was surprised about is that it hit me in the leg. Maybe the zombie hit me in the leg. That was crazy. I was fucked once the leg was broken. There was no replying. Fuck has just happened there? That respawning in desync bug it really gets on my tits. It happens on lots of maps, but it does seem worse on this one for some reason. But it happens in official as well. It's not a Dear Isle bug. It's a game bug. But my god, is it annoying! So yeah, when I chucked myself off the roof, I went a bit quick and I didn't go onto the balcony thing, or the whatever it is, the little alcovey thing, which put me on three sprains. I was kind of fucked there though, with my steak knife against the dude with the pistol with a mag. It was a bit of a tricksy scenario. This is probably a better spawn though. Like this is just the spawn town, but we're already finding better stuff. You know, I just spent about an hour, not an hour, probably a bit less than that, but I spent a good half an hour fucking around looking, and eventually found some pickles. I found that in the first building I went into just now. This desync thing is still happening though. I'm still getting it now. It hasn't sort of worked itself out yet. Every now and then it's still wanting to drag me back. It's so frustrating. That's an uncon grenade, which is a modded grenade, and they're really good. There's a dead dude there. Gonna go and check the dead dude. I might as well cut him up for rope, I suppose, if nothing else. He might have some loot. Looks like they might have fallen. Possible, if we're really lucky, that the dude didn't mean to fall as well. They might have killed themselves, but if they didn't mean to fall, they could actually have a little bit of loot on them. Only 5 slots, and we don't have that one. I don't know if they meant to fall or not. They've not been looted though. Apparently you can fix it by holding down the stuck action. So if you're rubbing and banding backwards, hold down S for a few seconds, or D, exit. Yeah, okay, I'll try and remember that. See, I am still getting a bit rubber bandy right now, but I don't know which direction. It's just as I start moving from a standstill, it doesn't like it. It's not right. Where can you find a 101 mag? I think the 101 mag can spawn in Tier 3 and Tier 4, I believe, Surgeon. So, Northwest Airfield, Tissy, Troitsky Military Base, West Evac. I think Tier 4 would be a better shout for a 101 mag. See what I mean? So it looks like it's trying to move me backwards. So I pressed and held D for a few seconds. Let's see if that does it. It might have done it. I don't know. Yeah, I think I'd be going Northwest Airfield at the crates and around the C-130. The tents by the ATC and the tents to the north of the airfield, because that's Tier 4. and then Tissy. And West Evac maybe, but probably Tissy you'd get them. It's not ping, dude. It's not that bug happens whether your ping's sub 100 or 150 or whatever. It's not ping. It's something to do with when you die and respawn, and then the server doesn't agree with where you are anymore. Like, I was just somewhere else, and then you teleport effectively to wherever you respawn. And then the server is like, hang on a minute, you're not here. You're over by that police station where you were 2-3 kilometers away or whatever, you know. It feels like that. It probably isn't, but that's what it feels like. Underground Millie just on your left. I never do the underground here, but it's a spawn town, so the loot is crap. I've been in the underground here a little bit, but not for a long time. I don't think the loot's any good, dude. I'm not going to bother. There is an entrance that's a bit like a sewerway somewhere over there, yeah. And we could maybe have a look, just because I haven't done it for ages, but the loot is normally terrible. Can you all hear me? Isaac, yes. It looks like you've had a couple of purges, so whatever you were talking about before, just don't talk about those, okay? Other than that, you should be good. Jack of Spades, cheers for the 12 months, dude. Thank you very much. Right, we'll go back and have a little look. I think it's just up there through the waterway bit. I've not done it in a while. Mrs. Sniff This, thank you for the 23 stabbed. Thank you very much as well. Mr. Food, Ryu, thank you as well. Rob, thank you for the new membership on YouTube's as well. Which player, in your opinion, deserves the Ballon d'Or? I think they were talking a bit about this on the radio earlier. It's very likely that a PSG player might get it because they've just won the Champions League. The problem with PSG is that they're much more of a team. And so it's quite hard. Like, Dembele would be a good shout, but he didn't score a goal in the final, and maybe... I really like Kvaratskhelia or whatever his name is. I was massively impressed with him when Liverpool played them. I think he would be a good shout. Again, I didn't see the final, but I have a funny feeling that the Ballon d'Or, this is not necessarily what I think should happen, but I have a funny feeling the Ballon d'Or will go to whoever gets the golden boot at this fucking stupid Club World Cup. Like, let's say Real Madrid win the Club World Cup and Mbappe scores a load of goals. He'll probably get the Ballon d'Or because PSG are going to suffer from having a great team of players but not one standout. Like, PSG have won that by having the best team, not by having some individual superstar that scored all the goals. I didn't see the game yesterday, but Hakimi seems to have blossomed a lot. I know he played well yesterday, but I think the nice thing with PSG, I know they've got the Qatarian owners and they're more like a state-sponsored team and stuff, but the way they've built it by getting rid of the superstars and creating a team of players it seems kind of cool, you know. And well, I can't say I'm really like enamoured with PSG, I guess, but they've done it in a really interesting way. And fair play to them. I think there's only one barrack nest. You can travel around underneath the city a lot more, but I don't think there's much point. Jay Swizzle, thank you for the 48 months. Jack of Spades, thank you for the 12. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you.
Thumbs up emoji. Thumbs up emoji.
Yeah, it's shit about the two people that sadly died in Paris yesterday. That sucks.
Underscore trims potato.
Snipe, thank you very much. Irishman, thank you as well. Jay Swizzle, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. I think Doué was man of the match yesterday. Yeah, that's what they were saying on the radio, but I didn't see it. I don't know. I think from the Premier League, Salah has been the best player in the Premier League this season. Like he's won the PFA Player of the Year, I think. Unfortunately, I think Salah had a slightly poorer end to the season, and Liverpool getting knocked out in the last 16. You know, if Liverpool had made it to the final and he scored a few more goals, I think Salah would have been with a real shout. But he's not anymore. Paris. Well, they were all out celebrating PSG, Paris Saint-Germain, winning the Champions League last night, and there was a load of trouble, something like 60 arrests and whatnot. I don't exactly know what was the cause, but there was a lot of people celebrating, and then there was a lot of problems, and I don't know. But 2 people died. One was 17. Sorry, Paul. Mo Salah is by no way the best player in the world. That's not how it works, Booney. But the Ballon d'Or is whoever's the form player, and the way he was going, if Liverpool had made it to the final, he could have won it. But
thanks for keeping me from.
He's the best player. He's had the best season in the Premier League of any Premier League player. You know that gives him a chance. But Liverpool probably needed to win the Champions League with him scoring in the final or something. I don't think it should be. I think the Ballon d'Or is likely to go to the player that has the biggest impact on success. I think that's normally the way it is, whether it's right or not. Otherwise, it could be, what the fuck is that? Right. $600 arrests. Fucking hell! Yeah, I don't know why. I was listening to the radio earlier this morning. I thought they said 60, so it's got worse. But that's insane, like, for what should be a celebratory night, you know? Something I saw. I stumbled onto like a 15-minute YouTube video that was about Steve McManaman and his unsung abilities that weren't noticed at the time. And I remember taking the piss out of Steve McManaman a little bit back in the day. I always liked him, obviously, when he was a Liverpool player. I always liked him, but apparently in the Premier League, he's got like behind Matt Letizia from the 90s, I think, as being the most creative player in terms of creating the most amount of chances at all, out of anyone, you know. Like, I don't know what that stat, that was the stat they used in the video. I don't know how you compare that to now, because he left the Premier League when he was 26, I think, but I found that quite interesting in terms of like who might be a little bit underrated, and even a player that you have. I always liked McManaman. He was a very good player, but I always felt he used to run down a channel and then not know what to do when he got to the end of it. But I may well have been wrong. The only thing, Metric, I don't know what happened, but it seems like the police in Paris are somewhat heavy-handed as well. Maybe that goes hand in hand, but there's been other people that have had trouble in Paris in recent years, and the police have been somewhat heavy-handed, you know, like by all accounts that possibly happened a little bit in the Champions League final, where Liverpool the fans weren't getting in, and they took the blame at first, and then it turns out it wasn't their fault. Well, it really wasn't their fault, Booney. It wasn't. They weren't allowed in. They weren't being allowed into the stadium. I was kind of just opening doors when I did the bottom floor, but... Oh, fucking taser rounds. That's useful. There's not much point getting cuffs. People are unconscious for so little time now. Maybe if you punch them, I suppose you can use them, but they're just a bit of a ball ache. Like, tying somebody up when they're uncon is quite hard. If you shot them uncon, by the time you've ran over to them, got the cuffs out and tried to apply them, they'll have woken up. I suppose you can punch them in the leg or something, but... Did I check the police car?
TRMZ lurk.
Paris is the most overrated city in Europe. I quite liked it. I haven't been for a long time, but there's some beautiful stuff at Paris. It depends whether you like art and stuff, I suppose, but there's some really amazing museums and stuff there. Obviously the Louvre, but some of the buildings, like the Sacré-Cœur and Notre Dame and stuff, they're amazing buildings. If you're into old architecture and like old cities, then Paris is quite an interesting city, but depends what you want. I think we're probably not really needing to kill these zombies for food, but might as well. Drunken Rocky, you can skip them though, right? Like, they're only about 10 seconds long mostly, aren't they? And then you can skip them. New architecture is awful. There is a small apartment building near me where I live where the wall of the building facing the street is entirely just yellow brick. There's absolutely nothing. Yeah, everything's been made cheaply now. Like it's partly like brutalism and like everything becoming simplified. Even like company logos and things, you know, like everything is becoming really like simplified and dull and boring. I'm sure it will change as time changes, but yeah, like nothing is made to be fancy now. It's made to be efficient and cheap, I suppose. But it makes you wonder how, like, there's no way some of the buildings, like the Sacré-Cœur, for example,
Thanks for the all the good times.
they just wouldn't get built in that way now, would they? Like, there's just no, we don't do things that way anymore. Flame Tack, cheers for the support, dude. Hope you're well. Thanks for coming in. Cheers for the support, dude. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. The fuck? Why did I open my inventory? Ah, oh, fuck me. He had 3 guns, right? He had 3 guns, so in my mind I was like, maybe he's okay. But he wasn't okay. We're having a good run, aren't we? Oh look, a castle. That'll be fun. Let's go there. Fuck me dead, I'm not having a good... shouldn't have opened my inventory. I was thinking about using the grenade on him, but yeah, I was still talking. Like I was about to say, I ain't looking for any trouble, but I was just going to make sure I'd already put it on the hotbar, but the grenade on the hotbar just in case. But it was already on there. He did sound quite friendly. The high made me think he was going to be alright. He wasn't, was he? Fucking bastard. Oh well. Same shit, different day. Already came from there. This castle is marginally better than the other castle we were at before, but not much. So I don't think we're going to check too much of this. I think we'll just move on.
Map is in the title. Keep on
Oh
running.
god, fucking
TRMZ lurk,
what a
TRMZ
knob.
love.
Tantarum, I think you missed your Kappa emote in your last message, dude. I'm not reading it out. I just can't even like hear that sentence again in my mind. But you definitely missed a Kappa there. Oh my god. We lost the ability to work with stone, it seems. It's just the cost of things, you know, like I think it's probably a side effect of like everything being about commerce and profit and loss and such like, but buildings that were built hundreds of years ago weren't built for profit, were they? It used to be that somebody wealthy built a building like almost as like a memorial for like something that would last, you know, like even just for example, the Taj Mahal is exactly that, you know, like like it's incredibly wealthy, but it was built as a mausoleum for the ruler, or I can't remember the exact names. But it was built as a mausoleum for a woman, for a wife. But that kind of thing just wouldn't happen anymore, you know. Like buildings were like statements for rich people to be like something they could be remembered by when they were dead, and it worked so well as well. Because just listen to that way I recounted that history, you know. It was built for some woman by some man. Literally, the dude's immortal, you know. Like, but you get my point, you know. Like, but nowadays, that's not why buildings are built. Buildings are built to be cheap housing, or buildings are built to be commercial. They're not built to make a statement and last forever. Gustavo, I don't think that's just England, it's every country. Like there's nobody... Like, to be fair, if something historical gets ruined, like there was a fire at Notre Dame, they rebuild that because it's such a historical importance, but nothing else is being built like that, you know? Was there any on the sets that spawned? Normally at that castle there aren't many zombies, and they're normally on the other side there. I didn't go where the zombies... There's normally a couple of Zeds, but I didn't go to the side where they are because the loot was so shit. I just thought I'd give up and move on. La Sagrada Familia in Spain is still being built, but that's an ongoing project for like that's amazing, by the way. But that's Gaudi, isn't it? That's still from a long time ago. You know, it's being carried on because it's so significant. But nothing else really starts like that now, does it? When did that start being built? It was ages ago, wasn't it? I checked this castle the other day. There was absolutely fuck all. Maybe I shouldn't bother.
Some male octopuses may use camouflage to sneak up on females or attempt to mate without being noticed.
Attempt to mate without being noticed? I might have been better off using that technique when I was younger, you know? Like, I've only got a small peen. People might not have known. Guys, never try to attempt to mate with anyone without consent in advance, just as a heads up, right? Maybe the octopus way was the way. Maybe not. $300 years old. I think that's my point. I know it's been around for a long time, you know, like, and it's still unfinished. It's famous for not being finished, right? But they are still working on it. But it's still of historical importance. Whereas if it was being built today, it would be a shitbox. Go to the airfield, but I don't know. I did find a few things. I found a plate carrier there before. So I wasn't wanting to really do two. Maybe that's the argument. If you're long time married, maybe that's the approach you can take, right? Like, the next time you're trying to put the moves on the missus and she's going, no, I've got a headache, I've got a bad back, it's not for me, not today. Maybe you can go, well, maybe we could just do it like octopuses love. And she'll be like, what? Well, I'll just start and maybe you won't notice. I'll sneak up on you and perhaps you won't even know. And if she's on the ball, she'll be like, well, that's the way it's always been, hasn't it? Well, this is going well. Nice bit of shadow boxing. Why are they so fucking hyperactive?
In most species, both the male and female die shortly after mating.
What's the other one? Oh wow, ACP. We're set. We're laughing. In most species, both male and female die shortly after mating. There's probably some people out there that would take that deal. I am not one of them. Oh, Busey, that's good to know. Insane 1v3, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think, like, people that are really rich now are going into space with their space side project. They're not building things on the planet. And some people are giving money away. like a lot of people set up foundations. Let's not go into names; it will get political. But people set up foundations and give money away, or they try to make a legacy in some way that's more charitable. The ironic thing being, and I'm not really trying to talk about any individual here, but usually the absolutely uber rich billionaires have acquired all that money by paying fuck all tax their entire life, and then give it away, or some of it away, once they've got too much of it, you know. But fair play. I'd like to be a billionaire. I'll give away some. But yeah, that you're right. That like rich people now are more about philanthropy or just making more money, trying to be the biggest and the richest, and that's it, or trying to colonize Mars or whatever else it might be.
A band of demons joining in feels like cheating in a one-on-one fiddle contest.
Scotty, well there, good to know. Band of demons. Scotty, cheers for the support. Creative, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, maybe not mate like an octopus then, love, after all. I could do with getting lucky here. I'm really not having a lot of a run on Deer Isle. I'm glad I did it, aren't I? It's going so well. What the fuck is this loot? There's nothing here. That's 2 barracks and 2 great big fat fuck-alls. I know someone who won the lottery twice. That's just fucking greedy, isn't it? You have forsaken the Mouse gods. Yeah, it must have done, yeah. Is there life after death? Oof. I think it's probably a lot like how it was from before you were born. That's that. I'm sorry to say. Let's not get into religion. Everyone's entitled to believe what they believe. I'm not judging anyone else's faith or beliefs or whatever. But, like, I think how the present was in the 1950s when I wasn't alive is probably going to be a lot like what the present is like after I'm dead. There is no loot. I don't think I'm going to bother with the ATC. It's going to be a whole lot of steps just to look at some empty rooms. I'm going to start this way. At least we'll probably find a bit of food. There's usually food knocking around. Whoa, jumpsuit pants.
I told you once, you son of a gun, I'm the best there's ever been.
Brother, yeah. Just for the support, dude. Thank you. What is the loot today? This is shocking. It's like the server just thought, do you know what? I think we won't spawn anything in today. Ow. There's quad there, a pink one. Needs a sparkler. There was a leather kit in the bus, was there? I'll go and grab it. Fuck me, what a shit start. I don't see no fucking leather kit. Maybe you mean the other bus. If there's no leather kit in the other one, I think it should be a permaban. Permaban. I think I saw one of those gopher helmets in the other one. But permaban I definitely think is fair if there's no leather kit. Alright, no permaban. Fair play. Gold star for you. There wouldn't really have been a permaban, by the way, but it was nice to have a little bit of excitement for a minute, wasn't it? I look a bit like burnt peanut now, I think. Excellent, Ray, gentlemen, excellent. It's what we've been looking for all along. And it's got a bullet. We're rich. Hooray! Creative, thank you very much for the gifted membership, by the way. I don't know if I caught that one or not. Kazatron, thank you for the 44 months, dude.
The devil went down to Georgia. Musical notes emoji.
Scotty, dude, thank you very much. Oh, look at that. I've got my sport coat on. Oh, fuck me. He's having a bad time of it up there, isn't he? Look at that poor fucker. He looks like a statue. There's some statues at the University of East Anglia that are like that. They're by a famous... what are you called when you make statues? They're by a famous statuist. I can't remember the name of the dude. But they're just standing on the corners of buildings looking out. I think they're iron. It might be made of iron. Yeah, there's a statuist. Famous statuist. Yeah, sculptor is another word, but I think statuist is what they like. You could say they're a sculptor, but statuist is definitely the best. I can't remember the name of the dude, but he's an English dude, and they're probably worth lots of money, but they're just standing on the corner of the building like that. There's a couple of them. Nothing compares to Benini. Isn't that like an Australian dessert, like a Tim Tam, but with some ice cream? I don't know. Can I have a Benini, please, with chocolate and nuts? Yeah, no bees for me, thanks. Scusi, 3 Beninis, please. He did that boat at the bottom of the Spanish Steps. I know he did that one. I remember the boat at the bottom of the Spanish Steps. I don't think you're a statuist if you make a boat. You're a boatist. But he also did some other ones. Who was he? Trevi Fountain as well. I can't remember who did the Trevi Fountain. I can't remember it. It's been a while since I went to Rome now. I've been a few times, but what's for dinner? So I've got well, it'd be gluten-free pasta, I guess, but I've got pasta sauce and vegetables and pasta. Gargula. Gargula. Sounds like an Irish swear word, gargula. Hey, Wrench. Hope you're good, dude. Have I gone vegetarian? Nope. Just sometimes it's nice to have a few vegetables, you know. It's good for your ass. Fuck. Why do you say pasta and not pasta? I don't know, Rambling. Why? I think it's because possibly you're American and you might want to say pasta. Hey, pasta. We don't say pasta. But that's okay. It's just an accent thing. Don't worry. Accents are accents. God, there's an advert that's on the telly at the moment, and it's for one of the fucking phones AI. And it's like, hey, phone AI, I put too much sugar in my gochujang pasta sauce. It just makes me want to fucking punch a wall. Ugh, I fucking hate that advert. It really does my head in. If you're making an advert for the English market, don't talk like Redline, because it just makes us want to punch the screen. Sorry, Redline. But nonetheless, if the advert's to sell something to us, don't do that accent. It's not going to work. It's going to make us want to hate. It'll turn us to the dark side. We'll start getting Nokias again. What the fuck is gochujang pasta sauce anyway? Fucking pretentious prick. Just get it out of a jar like everyone else, okay? That guy's got a gun. Lucky bastard. I'm looting this whole airfield. I did get the baby AK, to be fair. I know I've got that as well.
Pasta. Fillets. Advertisement.
Oh, yeah, she'd say pasta if she was the original robot lady. Unfortunately, the English robot lady has been sent to Robot Lady Grave. Does anybody else think that the adverts... There's an advert for... Which is the phone where they're like, why don't you talk to your phone, losers? Like I can't remember which one it is, but it's one of the phone companies. It's like, hey, everyone, why don't you have a conversation with your phone? Like, what the fuck is that? Like, is anyone watching that thinking, oh, do you know what? I can't wait to have a nice conversation with my phone. That's going to be great, you know. Like, I haven't rang my mum in 3 weeks, but I'm going to get that new phone and talk to that instead. Fuck me. This has been an absolute bust, hasn't it? Like, the loot is burnt away, never mind on fire. The shot was over this way, so let's go towards where the shot was from. That's going to go well. I think there is potentially some loot at the plane. Let's have a little look at the plane. There's some boxes. God, that'll be handy. I can see me using a 5.56 weapon soon. That is actually pretty handy. the advert that they made for that as well, by the way. I'm sorry if you've not seen the advert, but he gets too much sugar in his tomato sauce. I presume it's tomato, but it's gochujang pasta sauce. Anyway, and then the phone tells him, the AI tells him that he can make some kind of fucking cookies with it instead of biscuits. They look fucking disgusting. They look like the worst fucking thing ever. Like if you were watching a cooking show and that's what they made at the end of it, it's just awful. They look horrible. Like, surely they could have come up with a better thing than that. And like, maybe they should have used the AI to create you fucked up a meal and then you want something to come from it that's good, because what comes from it looks like you wouldn't eat it. It should finish with the AI saying, take a picture of it and show me it, Dave. And then it does and goes, you fucked that fucking up, haven't you fucking loser? That would be much better if AI did that, surely. You tried to talk to it and said, no, go and call a real person. Fuck off. That's the AI you want. Grumpy AI. You ask it a question and it gives you the answer, goes, oh, by the way, you could just go to Google, you lazy fuck. Be much better. I think that's a viable invention. We need that. AI that's grumpy, so that it doesn't make you befriend it. That's the answer, right? I think that should be a rule. Like, you know, like they have to create rules for things. Like in RoboCop, it has like the primary directives and stuff, right? I think that there should be a primary directive for sex dolls. Otherwise, it might be that men just start mating with sex dolls only, because they'll get to the point where they can just like buy a fembot that will do everything and be happy all the time, which is unrealistic. It would be much better if the primary directive was that they absolutely hated your guts, and that way it wouldn't replace people of the opposite sex. You know, there could be sex man bots as well, right? But if they actually are really moody, that would be much better. Otherwise, we might get a whole new race of sex bots. There was a player, was there? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in players. I'm interested in fembots. Would you spend money on that? It doesn't matter. It needs to be a rule. We've got to protect humanity. Okay, that's the that's the answer. I think it makes sense, you know. Like if you're making
48 months.
Like not to be too generalistic, but most men are dirty fuckers, right?
EPL finished last Sunday.
So
at least my Chelsea made it to the Champions
League.
League.
If they're too good,
TRMZ
there's trouble, you know. Like it would be just like that time I got a Mega Drive for my birthday when I was younger, you know. Like I used to, every summer holiday, I'd go out, I'd go fishing, and my birthday's in July, right? Every summer for the 6 weeks of the school summer holidays, I'd be out playing golf down the school field, playing football with my mates, fishing every other day. Out all the time I was. But one summer I got a Mega Drive and then I just stayed in. I got a second-hand Mega Drive with like 20 games, and I just gamed for pretty much the whole summer. I didn't go fishing. I didn't go out. I didn't do any of the normal things I'd normally do. I just was like so impressed with this Mega Drive, and that's what I did. That's what I played that. And that's what will happen if we get effective sex bots that will also make the dinner and stuff, you know, like people will just become, and it's probably an ideal thing. There'll be people out there now writing this down. Right? We'll all just be slaves. Like we'll go to work just to afford to put gasoline in our fembots and then get sucked off all weekend. That's basically what will happen. There's a serious worry about it. Yeah, you got to keep putting the gasoline in the fembots, right? They're going to need power. That's how they'll get you, you know. Like the fembots will be amazing, but you'll have to pay a monthly subscription to keep it going. Otherwise, it won't work. There's bound to be. It'll have a headache 99% of the time unless you subscribe monthly. I'm a bit worried that I might be not concentrating on what I'm doing very much and dying of thirst. Deadly Swords, cheers for the 48 months. The greatest streams. Crazy how the English Premier League finished last Sunday. At least my Chelsea made it to the Champions League. Yeah, with such a great last game. I think it's good that they did, though. It's very good for them because they're such a young side, you know. It's a good step forward. Okay, there's a well up there. We'll be all right. Phones are over-engineered as they are anyway. Can't get much better than what we have now. You might be right, I We the People. You might be right, but on the same subject as the Mega Drive, I remember going to school after the summer holidays, and my mate, his name was Andrew, he said, apparently they're going to do a next generation of consoles, but I don't understand how the graphics can get any better than 16-bit. Unfortunately, sometime down the way, it looks a little bit like the direction they've gone you might never have expected, you know. It's because our tiny brains can't comprehend what's coming next. So it's clearly going to be that your little finger is the mouthpiece and your thumb is the earpiece, and you just don't need a phone. Because obviously phones are only for talking to people, right? That's all they're for, you know. Like, and then maybe you'll wear Google goggles or something. I don't know. Googlies. We didn't think we'd get any better tech than the Sega Genesis. That's what the Mega Drive was in America. They didn't call it Go-To-Jang Pasta Sauce. They called it Mega Drive for some reason. I don't know why they didn't call it the Genesis over here, but they didn't. Phones haven't changed a great deal in many recent years, have they? Every year they get a little bit more svelte. The resolution of the screens has got way better. The resolution of the cameras have got way better. But the actual ability for them to do what they do, they get slightly faster chips in them and they play slightly better games and whatnot. But they're just incremental gains for a long time, haven't they? They're not really transformed much for a good while. I thought that was going to give me hydration, but it doesn't seem to have. That sucks. Maybe it will be neural links, like in that film with Keanu Reeves. With the what was that film he was in with the hairnet that was for your Brian? That was quite a good film. I can't remember the name of it. It wasn't The Matrix. No. Johnny Mnemonic. That was it. I quite liked that film. It probably wasn't the best film ever, but I quite liked it. Excellent news. We've gone from having a sporter with one bullet to having a repeater with one bullet. That's way better. Dolph Lundgren as the crazy preacher. Yeah, that sounds right. He was in another one. What was the one he was in with Morgan Freeman around the same day? That was good as well. I can't remember the name. With the accelerating, like exploding water bomb thingy. That was quite a good film as well. Was Rachel Weisz in that, or did I imagine that one? I think Morgan Freeman was in it, I think. That was pretty good too. Chain Reaction, yeah. God, they were quite obscure films, I guess, in a way, but they were both pretty good. I've decided to forego any of the new TV shows lately. I've been watching Game of Thrones from the start, literally recently, and I'm about 3 or 4 episodes into season 2, and every time Joffrey comes on the telly, I want to punch it. He did a really good job. I don't know if he's got any other jobs since, but he did a really good job as Joffrey. He played it so well. Like, he's so annoying. Oh my god. Well. Anyway, I would imagine he's probably not got too many acting roles after Joffrey, because he's just, oh. Did he quit acting? I didn't know that, but I'm not surprised. I was just, he's so good as Joffrey, and it really works. Like, the character's meant to be annoying, you know. He's meant to be a little dick, but it's hard not to. He's got such a recognisable face and features and stuff. Like, anything else you see him in, he's always going to be Joffrey. It's a shame, actually, but that is something that's a risk for actors, I guess, isn't it? If your breakout role is something like that. I still think there's a chance to come back, but maybe need a bit of a break in between or do something massively different. Like the Malfoy kid. Well, the Malfoy kid is in the Harry Potter series, isn't he? He's playing the dad. Lucius or something, is it? I forget the name of the Malfoy's dad, but I've only ever seen the films once, and I can't say I particularly like him, but I think the boy that played Malfoy is now playing Malfoy's dad in the series, isn't he? Not as good as Mark Addy as King Baratheon, sorry. Yeah, he plays a real good, like, stereotypical nonsense king. Ho ho ho! King Baratheon is exactly like, if you go to one of those shows, when you go to, like, what used to be the Excalibur in Las Vegas. I presume that's not there anymore, but you go to one of those shows and, like, each court of the table gets a different knight of the realm. You've got a red knight and a blue knight and a black knight who's the cool one, and so on, you know, like, and each one of them, like, oh, my squire, my liege. That's how King Baratheon was. Absolute cliche, Paul. If you could get, like, a B-rate actor to play, like, a cliched king from medieval times, they'd end up looking at a picture of Mark Eddy, who I quite like, just not in that. It was crap. What is that there? What is that? Rifle sling? No, I think. I think he's too young to play the father's role. Well, I don't know. Maybe they're going to make him look older. Brian Blessed in Flash Gordon was exactly that too, probably. The only thing is Brian Blessed is that in real life, isn't he? I can't understand why they're making a Harry Potter series. I'm sure it'll be incredibly popular. I can understand it, that's not true. But they're just telling the same story again, aren't they? In series form, right? Like, it's only just been out. It literally only came out 2 weeks ago, the last film, didn't it? It was probably like 10, 15 years ago. I don't know when. But nonetheless, it feels too recent to just be... It's so dull. It'll make absolute crazy money, and it's probably because the generation that grew up with Harry Potter, like my kids are 16 and 13, they love it, but they'll still consume the series and they'll watch it, but the next generation will get captured by this series, won't they, rather than the last lot of films, maybe. Oh, it's just dull, though. It's going to get a little bit like Uncle Ben and Spider-Man, and like, how many times can you watch Uncle Ben car kit? How many times can you watch Harry catch the golden snitch or whatever, you know? It's good. Like, there'll probably be another few over the years. Fucking load of old nonsense. I'm impressed that I remembered the name of the golden snitch. It might not even be called that. Hi, hobo in a rowboat. There's a video on my YouTube channel called The Honest Truth of Growing on Twitch. That's probably your best. It's 15 minutes long, but in slightly longer terms we'll explain the truth about it. just streaming is not likely to be enough. Alf, thank you very much for the 3 monthling. Cheers for the support. Deadly Swords, thank you as well. BQ Smooth, thank you for the bits. Really appreciate it. Freund and Hazardurus Puddle, thank you very much to Hazardurus? Am I saying Hazardous Puddle? Cheers for the support, dudes. Thank you. Feeling pretty hungry. I started streaming a little earlier today, and I kind of skipped lunch. I had a banana when I went and made the tea earlier, but yeah, 10 to 5, it's kind of dinner time. And I'm feeling hungry. Wife is out getting donuts. Oh, that's what she's told you. Eyes of the world, dude, that's good. I wish I had a donut, that would be good. Twip, I'm not going to lie, that's kind of what I thought, but I didn't want to go down that rabbit hole. I died at that not long ago. Let's go and die at it again. Well, on a recent Deer Isle adventure. Water. I think the shots we just heard were probably at that hill, so unfortunately we're not likely to get anywhere there, but let's do it anyway. Jack Gleason is in a few things coming out this year, so not sure he has quit. Well, that's good, Viking. I think it would suck if he had. What happens with people that are in such a strong role like that is that sometimes they have to, like, just disappear and start again, you know, like, just start in other things and pop up randomly here and there, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. That's a shotgun for sure. I feel like some of those shots were probably at wolves. I feel like this might be dangerous. Oh shit. It was going a bit quicker than I thought then when it started rolling back. Order, thank you. I don't know if the shots were here or up the hill. Behind me. Fudge. I do think it was at zombies though, so I don't know. Sometimes, sorry, at zombies, at wolves. I think that's the most likely thing, but there's a summer camp up here. Thought I'd get onto the rocks and have a look that way just to see if there's any dead wolves or any evidence of dudes. Seeing shit. Quite often get wolves up here. It probably is at the top of the hill, but I don't know. We're not really equipped for this. There was quite a few different guns there. I think there's more than one player. Maybe there was a fight. Maybe there was just like one left that had to deal with wolves too. I don't know, but I think running straight at it with a repeater is probably not the best idea.
Do we quit playing games because we get old? Or do we get old because we quit playing games?
I think that sounds like a clever question, but either which way, you're getting old. I don't think so, no. Otterhead, thank you very much for the
Get out your
gifted,
seat and
gifted
jump
sub.
around.
Jump. Shocker, thank you. Mr. Epigero, thank you. Otterhead, thank you as well. Alf, Deadly Swords, thank you very much too. I think we get old because we didn't die. I think that's the reason. Right. Got 4 bullets in a dream. A lot of zombies that probably got fired at. I've just done that fucking thing again. MVGs. Fuck's sake. I really need this like I need a fucking bullet hole in the head. I think the dude before missed the MVGs. I suspect they did. There's no way the dude that shot those zombies saw those MVGs. Now, have they gone to the summer camp, or have they probably gone to Camp Bear, haven't they? I think there was 2. I feel like that was 2 players maybe, but they're probably going across to Camp Bear, which is this way. Where to buy a PC? Good question, DP. If you're in D9P9, if you're in Europe, you should have a look at my sponsor, PC Specialist, !PC, to check out what they do. And use the code TRMZ24. Yes, it's still 24 to get a bit of money off. There you go. Look, I haven't talked about the sponsor for a stream or two, so it's nice to get one in. Thanks for the thanks for the lead-in. I don't know if we should be going to Camp Bear with a repeater, but looks like that's what I'm doing. We are definitely in last life territory, by the way. Not that I want to die. I would like to carry on for a bit, but if I die, we're kind of probably in the fuck this, I'll come back tomorrow stage. If they did come this way, they probably will have come the way I'm coming now. There's normally a few zombies in these trees. I perhaps should keep an eye out for a dead one or two, but they're quite hard to spot in the grass. Should have gone through that other gap, I think. They may have gone back towards the summer camp, I guess, but I don't know. Kind of hope they did, because if they did go back towards the summer camp, it will buy me a little bit of time to come and loot some of this base before they get here. Yeah, I could... second Makarov? Oh yeah, I've got loads more bullets. Yeah, I should have loaded them, yeah. I don't think that's the same dude. So, should I fix the Makarov up? I don't really want to, but it could save my life. If I fix the Makarov and then I found like an SKS or something, I'll be really annoyed. There's normally zombies around here. There isn't any. A pistol scope.
Hi Paul. I watch on YouTube now since I got premium, but you can still have my Prime sub TRMZ left.
Burrow, dude, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much.
'27 month of DayZ. Thanks, Paul. All the best from Berlin.
Zvokaman, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Beans. The loot seems like it's here, like it's not been looted in a while.
Onwards to the first year in Enging.
It's actually pretty solid. Oh, I've done the right thing. I dropped it on the ground first rather than swapping it, and it's still... You just can't avoid that bug. If you're going to get it, you're going to get it. You can't avoid it. You swap it straight, it goes on the roof, or it goes somewhere fucking weird. If you drop it on the ground, it goes somewhere weird.
It's time to start running!
Easy now. I would like to have found an SKS. Baby AK mag would be nice too, I guess, but probably unlikely. Sora, onwards to the first year inning, dude. Thank you for the 11 months. Borrow, Zvokaman, Shocker Nation. Cheers for the support, guys. I'll be a bit careful here because there's normally zombies around here and there aren't any, which is kind of weird. Do we play official or community? Yes. Both. I'm playing Deer Isle right now, which can only ever be community because it's not an official map. There's no other boxes. Oh, there's these. actually think that's probably better to take than the P1 pistol. I've got a few more bullets for the P1, but I just don't like the P1. I'm just going to drop it. Keep the bullets. Kelleher is going to Brentford for 18 million. I actually don't understand. I don't understand how he's worth only 18 million. I think that's a great buy for Brentford. I think he's a properly proven Premier League goalkeeper. Properly proven Premier League, you know, all the P's. He's practically perfect in every way. But I think 18 million isn't enough. He's 26. He's played really well for Liverpool and looks like a first team quality goalkeeper. He should be more than that. I think 18 million, I know that's a crazy amount of money, but as footballers go, I think that's cheap. Too cheap. Like, they've signed that dude that I'm never going to be able to pronounce his name of, Mahamdashvili, whatever it is, right? They spent 30 million on him, and that they're buying him knowing he's going to be competition for Alisson, right? Liverpool have spent 28 million or so, I think it is, on a reserve goalkeeper. They have no choice, I think. Like, Kelleher wants to be a first team goalkeeper, and so he wants to move. I think that's fair enough, but he's better than the dude they've signed. I'm pretty sure of it, you know. Like he should be. He should be costing a bit more than 18, 30 or 40, I think. I've been saying that for a while, Coach said. Like make serious money on Alisson and keep Kelleher. I really would. I rate Kelleher so much. I don't think he's as good as Alisson quite, but he ain't far behind, and he's only 26. I think that would have been a really good choice myself, but I think it's a choice no manager is likely to take, because Alisson really is in the upper echelon in terms of keepers. He's without doubt one of the best keepers on the planet. You know, he's in the top 5 probably. And Kelleher isn't, so letting that keeper go is not an easy thing to do. I don't think he's let Liverpool down, William. I think he's been solid as a rock. I think he's the best reserve keeper, for want of a better word, that I remember Liverpool having. He's better than some of the starting keepers. You think you're hearing steps, do you? Okay. I don't think there's anybody here. I think it was probably zombies. You can have an Anna. It's okay. I don't know, Abdu. I think it's really hard to work out who's going to get it this year. Somebody asked that question earlier. I think it might go to somebody from whoever wins the Club World Cup. Whoever's the best player in the Club World Cup that helps the team win the Club World Cup, I think has a real chance to win the Ballon d'Or, because PSG have just been the best side by miles in the Champions League. But it's all spread. They've got many great players that all contributed, not just one that you could say was the reason, you know. People say player. Well, I've not been shot at. I don't think there's a player here. Somebody might show up in a second, but if you heard steps when I was back in the when I was back in there, nobody showed up, did they? Ronaldo, Messi, or Ibrahimovic? I don't know why Ibrahimovic is in that. I know he was a great player, but the only person that thinks Ibrahimovic is in that question is Ibrahimovic, I think, isn't he? He's his own biggest fan. I really find him quite likeable as a result, but he's not in the same league as the other two. And I'd go with Messi, by the way. How many knives have you got, Paul? Pristine. Two pristine combat knives. We're rich. We're rich, I tell thee. Could have a third. I don't normally skip the sardines, Garrett. I just eat them, but they aren't the best food in the world, no. But I'll still take them. I tend to eat them fairly quick. Like, I always tend to eat like the worst food first on the whole. Sometimes it's more to do with saving slots, and I like whichever's taking up the most space. Like I always eat the cereal straight away because it's 9 fucking slots, you know. But if I find sardines, I normally take them. I just try to eat them straight away. They are pretty bad though. Same as like the pate I've just had. They don't really give you a lot. I don't know why R9 changed the game some, Dota. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts on how he did, you know. I think he, the level of effort and practice and stuff that he put in is on another level to most, but you could possibly say the same about Messi, certainly in terms of like what was done with Messi when he was younger to try and make him be big enough to even be a footballer, you know, and the sacrifices that maybe went with that. I think we might as well fix up this crappy Makarovsky now. Zombie stomping around behind here is doing my head in. Ruben bailed like his Xbox. Gone in. I don't get that reference, but okay. Thank you for the super chat, dude. Possibly Etsky. He looks like a hell of a prospect, Yamal, doesn't he? Might not have been the smartest thing to do. I haven't seen any stag Zeds yet. I don't know if maybe they've turned the stag Zeds down or something. Or maybe we've just got lucky. not liking the way the suppressor blocks the sight. It's really awkward. I am really excited about Verts in the England team, in the Liverpool team. Yeah, I'd be excited about him in the England team as well, but I think that's going to be tricky. Yeah, I really hope it goes through. It's not done yet, so it's a bit unwise to count those chickens before they hatch, but it looks likely, and I think it could be really exciting. Yeah. Wow. Don't normally think you're going to find one of them there. I'm going to have to leave it. Was there a mag? Might have been. Yeah, there was. That's been dropped by a player then. Hey. I've heard the finishing positions, and that Max was somewhat aggressive, as he often is. But I've not seen the race or anything. I might try and watch the highlights later. I don't know if this is a waste of the cleaning kit or not, but I think I've got to take this FAMAS. I'm going to leave it semi-auto because I've only got 5 shots. This one's got more going for it, 42 slots than the other one. Just seen an interview with Lewis and he was fuming. Why? What happened to him then? I've got a battery for the MVGs. It's not really that dark. Sound of just a bush or somebody in a bush?
Just in from work. Hope you're not finished too soon.
Just the bush. Wee Blue Jam, thank you for the 36 months, dude. Thank you. Wishing Ruben from South Africa a happy birthday. Well, happy birthday as well. Thank you for the super chat once again. Now I understand the Ruben reference. It was your mate. Thank you very much for the super chat, dude. Thank you. I've got a canteen too. Yeah, I did just grab one. I might as well keep the water in the bottle and drink it in a minute, and then possibly when we get the right kind of gun I can just make a improvised suppressor with that.
D9P9 donated $6.73. Now you owe me £5.
Don't think that's how it works, is it? I ain't owing no one shit. D9, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. Cheers, D9. We Blue Jam, thanks as well. Could do with some more 5.56. That would be handy. Helmet. Actually, starting to feel a little bit darker. I think I might even go for the NVGs. Kind of weird that the people that were shooting up at where that smoke was didn't come this way. They must have gone towards the summer camps when I came this way thinking this is where they'd be. Oh, I can't even be bothered. I'm not fucking around switching out my pants just because one's worn and one's damaged. I can't be fooked. Who's my favourite side character in The Sopranos? I've no idea. I really love the show, but I don't know. I've seen it all. I binged it all a couple of years back, and I really did love the show. I think it's possibly my favourite show, but I'll be struggling to I liked the main man himself. I really liked what's his face? Don't crash the car. You might struggle to breathe. I can't remember the names of the characters even, but Paulie Walnuts was probably my favourite. What do you think about adding thermal goggles to DayZ? I think it would be a big mistake. Thermal anything in pretty much any game ever is always a big mistake. Who was the dude that moved back to Italy? He was kind of funny. I didn't really like him at first, but I started liking him. The long-haired one, he was quite cool. He ended up moving back to Italy, but that character was kind of cool. Furio, yeah. At first I thought he was a bit annoying, but he actually was pretty good. Thermal scope for high-class guns? Definitely not. This is tricksy. I've got no bullets for it, but I'm going to drop the repeater anyway. Andrew, thank you very much for the follow on the YouTubes, dude. Thank you. Oh, that's not right. The mount on that rifle you just picked up will allow you to put the Spectre on it. Yeah, I done did it already, but yeah, you're right, it does. It's kind of good. 9mm. I have been picking up 9mm. We don't need no stinking MP5, do we? Bright as shit. We don't need that shite. It just occurred to me I ought to kill this zombie. It could have SKS rounds or a carbine rounds in this case. It could have CR527 rounds on the fucker, couldn't it? You know, that would have been good. We ought to kill some of the zombies over this way just for the same thing as well. Is it getting light? It was so bright I was thinking it was getting light. It's not though.
$60 in and your NVGs are still leading me through the dark. Cheers.
Abnormal, thank you very much for the support, dude. Thank you. I think you might be a bit of a Zlatan fan. Fair play, you are. No, nothing wrong with that, but I think. Fuck me, that was so loud. It's hard to say, irrespective of what happened when Zlatan got dropped by Pep. It's hard to say after the careers have ended, or I know Messi's still playing, that it's pretty hard to deny that Messi isn't better than Zlatan, irrespective of where they were at that time, dude. Given what's happened since, like, when Argentina won the World Cup last, like, it was really Messi, you know? Like, they weren't that great. Messi was just, like, Messi was at the twilight of his career even then, you know? Like, it's really hard to argue that, like, Messi isn't better, I'm sorry to say. And maybe Guardiola did prefer Messi, maybe it was an ego thing, or maybe he was just younger and was going to be a much better player to build Barcelona around, which probably was true in hindsight, you know. Like, Messi has been insane. I think Messi won Player of the World Cup and Golden Boot in the World Cup, which is kind of hard to say he didn't have a major part in it, you know. How many lifetimes will it take to see the USA win the World Cup? Oh, shit. I'm not convinced it'll ever happen, and I don't mean that as a means to put down America land. It's just that your best sports stars don't go into soccer, so I don't see that happening. I think it's always going to be American foosball and basketball and hockey and baseball and stuff. I think that's never going to not happen. So this is the first stag zombie. It does aggro other zombies. I think we should go back this way. It will bleed to death eventually. There we go, look. As if by magic. So unless that changes, I don't think it'll ever happen. Like, in most other countries, football is the one where most boys grow up wanting to be a... Like, in America land, probably a lot of boys grow up wanting to be the best quarterback and play college football and then go on to be the number one pick in the draft and win the Super Bowl. And all, like, that's probably a lot more what young lads are trying to aspire to, and so that's what they play for when they're a kid, and that's what they get good at. Whereas in England, they aspire to be the next earring wearer and the next person that can sell Brill cream or something, you know. Or most other countries, they like football is the one where everybody wants to go into. I'm a Dapper Dan man. Kempus, happy Sunday. Hope you're good, dude. Thank you. Abnormal, thank you very much as well. Cheers for the resubscribing, man. Thank you. Let's eat the mushroom, actually. We're getting there. No vest, no bullets for the CR527. At least we're getting a bit of a character together. Has to be getting light now, right? No, it's not. Seems like taking forever, doesn't it? The NVGs were from a camp, a survivor camp, that had already been looted and they missed them, which is kind of lucky. Or for some unknown reason saw them and didn't take them, but I think it's more likely they missed them. Donk, that just doesn't make sense to me. Football is considered a rich kid's sport in America. That doesn't make sense. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. That's how it is. If that's how it is in America, that's how it is. But one of the reasons why football is the most popular sport on the planet, and I know if you're American you might not understand that or you might not agree with it, but around the world it is the most, soccer, football is the most popular sport viewed and played and so on, is because it's so cheap, you know. One of the reasons why countries like Brazil, which are maybe over the years have not had much money, do so well, it is that you just need a ball, you know. You only need a ball. And that's it. You can go and play it anywhere. So, obviously that's not like becoming a professional, but that's what happens in Brazil, you know. Like, they get so much skill and they normally start playing, like, practically, like, with next to nothing, just a ball anywhere, and get really skillful and then end up playing for a local team and getting spotted and progressing. I think the point is, with Coach said, like with most other games, like basketball or American football, you need a certain amount of space. You need a certain amount of things to make it really work. But you can make football work in the size of a tennis court, or you can make it work in the size of a squash court, or you can make it work in the size of a football pitch. You know, you literally just need a ball. And if there's a group of you can make one goal, and then one person goes in goal, and then a group can play around that goal, and that's all you need. You don't have to make it 11 versus 11. And like to do, say, American football, you need a few players on each side. You need to have a little bit of space. Maybe it's a bit more complex to play. You're not really going to be wanting to tackle people and whatnot. Yeah, US women's soccer has done great because it's a very solid avenue for the athletes to go into. You know, like if you look at the premium sports. Now, I'm no expert, but I don't think American football for women is very popular in comparison to, say, tennis. Let's say, and you can tell me if I'm wrong here, but. Likewise, basketball and such like American football is a really viable place for skilled women athletes to go into if you're American, compared to some of the other sports which are very much more around the men's game, such as American football or basketball or ice hockey or whatever. A little bit disappointed we didn't find better at the summer camp sheds behind us, but we've got some more up ahead. There's dudes. There's 2 dudes. And I've got nothing to snipe them with. Is it 1 dude and 2 zombies, or was it... I thought it was 2 players and 2 zombies. I'm not feeling very team-uppy. I have to talk now. He's seen me.
Hi.
Hello, you alright, dude?
Yeah.
Are you on your own?
No, I have a friend somewhere in the woods.
I was going to say I thought I saw 2, but I think it was 2 zombies, and I was just wrong. But anyway, hello. Hope you're good. Were you shooting? Were one of you 2 shooting before? There was loads of shots, not like 20 minutes ago, maybe. But
no, but we heard them. Oh no.
Okay, yeah, it wasn't me.
A chambered mini AK, so. No, not really.
Okay, no worries. Alright, that's cool, dude. Thanks for being friendly.
Goodbye.
I need to get this off my head. I really need to get this off my head. Probably a bit late now, but it's... To somebody semi-geared, MVGs on a head strap is like a, oh, I might as well have that. Oh god, that sucks. I feel like he's already looted it. I would imagine that, and I've only been to America twice, and I just imagine that most schools are set up to feed players towards American football and your national sports, right? Like, here, like, it's so much easier to become a footballer. I guess it's still hard, obviously, tremendously hard to be a pro athlete. Like, but your local town will have a football team. Every school will have a football team. Your local town will have one. The local city will have a slightly higher up in the leagues one, and they'll all have youth teams. Like, and they'll have more. They'll have under 11s and under 13s and under 15s and 17s and so on, or whatever, 18s and 21s and such like, and they'll all have many, and if you're at all decent you can end up being filtered into that system really easily. Whereas I guess that setup is more aimed at other sports in America.
Run.
Fritz, thank you for the 19 months. Cheers for the support. Mac Moore, thank you for the tier 3, dude. That's really kind, man. Thank you. Cheers for the super chat, dude. I'm not going to read that one out. It'll just wind people up. But if it's what you think, it's what you think. Cheers for the support, Impulse Studios. Thank you. That's baseball in America. Yeah, that makes sense. Like you get like home leagues and like every little town or you get like a league in your hometown and all little teams from schools around the area play each other and stuff. That's how football is. But they have that for other sports as well. Football would be the main one. I get soccer is fun to play, but it's a pretty boring sport to watch, although not as boring as golf or football, golf or baseball. And Brianna, that's just a subjective view. It's your view. It's not wrong, but it's the reality of it is whether you've given yourself a chance to get into it and whether it appeals to you or not. But like any sport ever, you're going to get good and bad games. Even in American football, even Super Bowls, you get good and bad finals. You get some that are really good, some that are really dull. Like any sport can have, and certainly football is that way. But football can be absolutely incredibly entertaining. It's just like any sport that's actually worth anything. It can't always be like some crazy goal fest. Sometimes it's crazy good, sometimes it's not so good. But that's one of the things that makes it amazing, I guess. But same as any sport, though. You know, you can get good and bad games, good and bad races, good and bad whatever. Data says more kids participate in soccer here in the US than basketball and baseball and then American football. That's according to the numbers. So maybe things might change in the long run, but I'd imagine if you start to show athleticism, let's say you're 15 right now and you're really athletic and you're good at football, it probably still, as an American, leads you in towards trying to be I don't know, an American footballer rather than a soccer player because of the money and the wealth and the fame and whatever else you can chase, you know, like maybe, I don't know. An apple a day didn't keep the virus away, did it? There's a lot of zombies here. Where the fuck are you going, you knob? Come on. Never seen this many zombies here before. I don't think my the dude we just spoke to came this way. I don't think so. What the fuck? I don't know if that's my small town, but there is a much larger movement towards people avoiding contact sports here for the kids and pushing more towards soccer and basketball. Somewhat strangely, there's been quite a lot of work done linking soccer with head injuries and long-term problems and dementia and such like. Because the regularity of heading the football is a little bit like akin to being a boxer in some ways. Maybe not quite so extreme, but they're starting to genuinely believe that football is not a very good thing long term if you had a career in it, which is somewhat surprising really when you consider the lack of impact compared to other sports. And I think it can be quite... Like a professional footballer is just as much of an athlete as most. They tend to be very good at rolling around on the floor pretending to be injured, but they are incredibly fit as most others. It's Salad. It's almost like I'm talking to a worldwide audience, isn't it? I think there's is it Jeff Astle that got dementia and they believe it was linked towards heading of the ball, and I think there's an Astle Foundation where his family are trying to help get research put together and stuff, but I don't know what they can do about it because heading is an essential part of the game. It's like being able to defend a corner and head it away and such like, but I think they're trying to limit how much it's done by kids in training and stuff, you know, like heading in a match is different than practice, like, because if you're practicing to be a footballer, you might practice headering. You might header a ball 50 times in one session and do that every day. And that's, I think, what they're trying to maybe make happen less. And I know everyone's going to be like, oh God, the world's gone mad. But if you can take steps to stop that from happening, it seems like a good idea. Camlo, cheers for the 2 months. Fritz, thank you very much too. Cheers for the support, both of you guys. Fucked that up, didn't I? Top edits and memes, cheers for the follow on the YouTubes. Thank you very much. Mark as well, cheers for the follow as well. Oh, Tundy. Me likey. I do normally stream Sundays, Spiffy, to be fair. However, I have started not streaming sometimes when the kids are here. So I have been doing, sometimes in the last month or two, I've been doing Monday to Friday instead of Sunday to Thursday. But it's every other week. But that's kind of fair. I think I streamed... I can't remember if I streamed last Sunday or not, but normally I do. My partner would say no heading until after dinner. Must be a relatively new relationship. How long is a typical footballer's career? In America, it's 5 years on average. It's a bit hard to say. I think it's longer than that, but I don't really know. We don't have the same system you guys have over there, so we don't have the collegiate system and then the draft and whatnot. Like Trent Alexander-Arnold, for example, who's just leaving. I think he's 26. He's been at Liverpool. He's been signed as a player for Liverpool for 20 years, and he's only 26. So obviously he wasn't getting a wage when he was 6, but he was on the books and he was being progressed by Liverpool since he was 6 years old, I believe. So some kids, if you make it, the problem is like somebody might be a pro at 18 and then fail pro at 19. You know, not everybody makes it, but so that's what's making me not know the stats. But unless they get an injury, normally they can play until their 30s. It's not quite the same impact-wise as American football, where they're just almost destined to get an injury and not play for as long as you'd expect. Because this is a modded bag, there's nowhere for it to go on here. So let's just not keep it. Fuck that shit. Used to say after dinner, I see, yeah. Did I have a box of 308, or was that a previous life? I think it was a previous life. That's true as well, Golden Age. That's true. So I definitely, if you're a football player, English football player or soccer player, let's say. Sorry to the dude on YouTube that doesn't like me saying it. It's easier to talk it that way. But yeah, if you're signed in the draft or are not in the draft as an American footballer and you don't quite get there, they have like B teams, and I think, don't they? Like I think they have places you can go, but it's not really the same career path, right? Whereas if you're, I don't know, on the books at Liverpool and you don't quite make it, you can end up getting a second chance and going to a lower league team where you can still be a professional and you're still making potentially good money depending on where you go. And you've got a second chance with another team, and you might even get a third chance if you don't make it there as well. But you can drop down a league or two and then have another crack with another team. Whereas if you don't make it in the NFL or AFL, I guess, you're not making it. If you don't make the grade, you don't make the grade. I can put that back on there now. I don't need to hide it so much now. Do people watch Tier 2 and 3 football in Euroland? Yeah, it's more like the fans in the stadium, but like the division below, like the championship games, get watched on the TV. They get put on the telly quite a lot. But so there's 20 teams in the Premier League? There's 20 teams in the Premier League. There used to be 22. There's 20 teams in the Premier League. The next division down, there's 24 teams. Those matches get watched more from the top 2 divisions, but the other ones do go on the telly from time to time. But you can get teams in like the 3rd division that might still get 10,000 people watching if it's a bigger team, as in this like not the Premier League, not the Championship, what's called Division 1, the 3rd tier of English football. You could get teams that might have 15 or 20,000 people watching in the stadium, and because that team maybe got relegated and were formerly a bigger team, but they've gone down a bit, you know, like they still have a lot of fans. Some more than that, you know, you could have somebody watching with 25, 30,000. pro football and semi-pro in America. Semi-pro just doesn't get the exposure. Yeah. Oh, come on. This just seems so slow. I do have a box. What's throwing me is the fucking stupid jacket being in the stupid fucking place. It does my head in. I really hate... I really like... That's not true. I really like the modded clothing where you've got layers. The multiple layers thing is a really cool thing, but where it places those layers in your thing, in your inventory after a server restart or whatever, when you change your clothes, it really fucks me off. I really like... I'm just so used to DayZ being... your jacket is the highest thing, and then and it goes from top to bottom. I just, yeah. ALC Barber, thanks for coming in. Blazing Star, cheers for the 22 months, dude. Thank you. Camlo, thank you for the resub too. Oh, this is taking a while. How the fuck is that still dry? I don't know of many true vanilla... Well, there's a couple, Clabus, actually. If you're wanting churnerous, but vanilla, there is Dusk Vanilla, which has a couple of changes to the way base building works, but there's no mods whatsoever. And then there's another one called Clash Vanilla. They're the only other two. They are true vanilla in as far as there's no mods to download, but they have a few tweaks on the server side only. I think both, but Clash Vanilla and the other one Dusk. They're the only two I can think of. I don't think that's the case for a VAC ban, Umbriona. If you're banned from a server because you've got an old VAC ban, that's a server by server basis thing. I think it's not the same as, I don't know, if you get banned for cheating on one server, you're likely to get on a shared ban list. I think that's probably unlikely. Bob the Builder, dude, cheers for tuning in. Thank you very much. Well, that was great, wasn't it? Right, I think we're just going to go to the police station here, see if we can't find a stab vest or something. Yeah, I could make an improvised suppressor for the Tundra, I guess. Allegedly strolled through a tantrum after Q2 and broke stuff and yell at the pit crew. It may have caused his hand injury, which led to him missing today's race. I don't mean this how it's about to sound, but in a stupidly small way, I actually feel a bit sorry for Lance Stroll, which is a really ridiculous thing to say because he's basically just got there because his dad paid for it, you know. But he's in, like, none of the other drivers must respect him because he's only in the Aston Martin because his dad owns the team. He's only ever got into Formula One because his dad. But unfortunately, that is F1, isn't it? Like, a lot of the times, the drivers that get the seats, it's not just Lance Stroll, but he's literally having his seat paid for him by his daddy, you know. But a lot of the other drivers get their first cut ride because they've got a backer that's effectively paying for the ticket. You know, that's not uncommon. It's not always just raw talent that gets them a seat. Sometimes it's the money that gets them the seat, you know, which kind of sucks. It was the hand he fractured in 2023 that he re-injured, so possibly might have had a temper tantrum and hurt his bad hand. You could say the same about Verstappen, you know, like his dad was in Formula One, like he's Max Verstappen. Like, clearly he's the most talented driver. I'm not trying to take his talent away, but he's got the opportunity because of his dad being Jos Verstappen, who was in the sport and had the contacts and the money to be able to make it happen, you know, like it's a tremendously hard sport. Now, others perhaps, Lewis Hamilton, I think it was not about having money, but a really committed family that tried to make it happen for him in karting and whatnot without, like, not every driver has got loads of money. Like Ayrton Senna didn't come from. I think he had I think he had a dad that had a business that was doing okay, which gave him a chance, I guess. So I guess his dad was probably wealthy for a Brazilian, I guess. But I don't think they wanted him to be a racing driver. Like, not always is it kind of nepotism in a way, but there is some of that involved. Otherwise, how the fuck are you? Like, when I was a kid, there was never an opportunity for me to see if I could have been a champion go-karter, you know? Like, there was just no way. Unless you've got a dad that's into motorsport and maybe did it when they were a kid and will try and get you into it, or same with motorbike racing in some ways, I guess. Just no way, no route into it. You're right, I was started saying that and then realised that Senna's parents like owned businesses and stuff and they were pretty wealthy, but I don't think they wanted him to be an F1 driver. I think they wanted him to just run the family business. Niki Lauda was a paid driver, but he paid it himself. Well, I don't know how true it is, but in the film Rush, which is based around Niki Lauda and James Hunt, he gets a job, he gets a seat, and buys his way in with $2 million, but then talks his way into having a proper contract in the first season, or in the film it's done in like when he first signs, he gets the car and he works with the engineers overnight, and then he makes the car like way quicker and shows it's way quicker by getting his teammate to race his car against the time of his own car, proves how good he is, and then gets his contract like torn up. But how true that is to real life is like obviously in films they embellish things a little bit. Verstappen's upbringing far different than Stroll's. I don't deny it, Sneaker. I'm not saying they're exactly the same, but the reality is they're both only in the sport because of their dads. That's true. It doesn't take away Verstappen's talent and the merit he has, but that's true of lots of people, isn't it? Though as well, it's that's true of. If you're a builder, you might become a builder because your dad was a builder. You know, if you're a plumber, you might become a plumber because your dad was a plumber. There's nothing wrong with that, right? But there's no denying that Max Verstappen being born to a father that was a Formula One racer gives him a massive advantage in becoming a Formula One racer. You know, like, of course it does. It's not the same as having somebody pay your way and buy a team and give you a job that you don't deserve. Like, Max Verstappen deserves what he's got. That's not the same conversation, though, is it? Like, somebody watching right now might have the raw talent to be Max Verstappen, but have never sat in a go-kart when they were 12, you know? Like, I'm sure that's probably not the case, but, like, the reality, there's a lot of people that don't have the opportunity to ever try these things when they're younger, you know? Ericsson, cheers for the 38 months, dude. Thank you. Acid Freaker, thank you for gifting just the tip for sub. Thank you very much, man. Hope you're good. Bob the Builder, thank you as well. Blazing Star, thanks as well. Hope you're doing well, just the tip, dude. Hope all is good. I probably could have been the next Boris Becker if I only had a racket. Yeah. Going to get up the hill here. I'm hoping that we might see the convoy. There's a hunting stand coming up, and then the other side of this hill is where we'll see the convoy, if there is one. Jungle, that's different though, isn't it? There are like Usain Bolt is not just a quick runner. He had levers and a physique and lungs that maybe allowed him to do that. But in other sports where there is whatever sport you can think of, but motor racing is probably a big one. Like how many people might have the intuitive ability to drive a car to a level like a racing driver, but never get the opportunity to sit in one when they're younger? You know, you don't need much of an opportunity to realise you're a quick runner, do you? You know, so like yes, everyone could train to be Usain Bolt. There'd only be one Usain Bolt, but there aren't many people that don't work out that they're quicker than everyone else at running at school because they've got a comparator to everyone else they're running with at school, and it's free. You know, like. So it's a lot easier to make for the Usain Bolts of this world to rise to the top because they've got maybe natural talent, natural athleticism, and then also the will to take that further that leads them to where they get to, right? Whereas in other sports, you could live your whole life and not know, you know, like you wouldn't, like, if you're not the opportunity to try. There'll be some people that are just naturally good at things, right? But how do you know unless you get the opportunity? Oh, that's weird. Dead zombie. But the dude must be over there. Feel like he might be, or she might be a bit closer. Can't see any Zeds. Oh, there's one there, look. I'm just going to try and go for it. I'm kind of at fuck it time. I'm just going to run and see if I can get this guy close enough to shoot at them. Caden, I think Altiria is still around. I think last time I played it, Karma Crew were hosting a server up. I think they still have that. I don't know, but there's just so many new maps, and they go through little circles, or little cycles I should say. So like Bitterroot has got a new server open right now which has enticed some more people to come and play Bitterroot, but there's not enough player base that play vanilla or lightly modded type servers to keep all of these full, so they just have little cycles where there's people playing them, and then it's on to the next and on to the next, and maybe back to a previous one kind of thing. Okay, well that's where the dude is. I don't think I can really just bust it across there. Oh, fuck me, he was there. He was there and then he moved as I fucking fired. Probably shouldn't have done that. I'm about to aggro a load of zombies, but... Oh man, that sucks. I don't think he was actually looking my way. I think he was just stood there. If I had any kind of vest, I'd be inclined to give this a whirl, but I don't think it's worth it. Oh no. I think the dude knows I was shooting at him. Oh, come on. Why are you taking so much time? Fuck this. It's the end of the stream. I'm just going to fucking do it. I'm going to end up dying, but I don't care. Like, I either get this guy killed or I log out. That's it. I've kind of got to call it. Oh my god, that was so close. Just a bit low. Yep, and I just saw the fucker as well, damn it. Oh well, I have zero regrets. The server I was on gets wiped on Tuesday. So I either got him or I didn't. Unfortunately, that shot I took was... It was on target. Well, it wasn't on target, but it was exactly in line, but it just dipped onto the window ledge. I was just a bit too close. I don't need something to start Menzo. That's why I was happy enough to throw it away, like I say. So this server gets wiped on Tuesday, which means I have no time tomorrow to complete the entire Diral quest, even from where I was there. I wouldn't be able to do it in a day. So yeah, I'm not too worried about the death. I'd rather try and kill the dude and die. If it wasn't being wiped on Tuesday, then I probably wouldn't have done that. Although I probably would have, to be fair. Ericsson, thank you very much for the 38 months. Cheers for the support. Husky, thank you as well. I think tomorrow, I think a lot of servers are going to wipe on Tuesday. So tomorrow we'll probably just... Maybe we'll do Bitterroot or something. I don't know, but there's not much point starting something that is quest related, really. We could maybe do Namouse, because you can do that. Like if I'm going to try and do like Athena 3 rather than Lantia, you can do that in one life, you know, in one day. But there's not much point starting a Dear Al character tomorrow because you can't do it in a single stream. Maybe you could have a look at Hashima, yeah, if there's a server with some players in it. Oh well, shit happens. GG to that dude. I saw him in the window, but I couldn't stop moving in time to have a crack. But right, guys, I'll be back tomorrow around lunchtime-ish UK time, so about 12 to 1, something like that. Take it easy, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really